Thank you very much, colleagues. Good morning. Um, I think we can start our meeting. It's 9 o'clock. Can I check from Anele the apologies that we have?
Morning, Chair. Good morning to honorable members. Chairperson, we received the following apologies. The Minister, Chair, is unable to attend the meeting because of a cabinet committee meeting that he's attending. We also received an apology, Chair, from the department, the DG, as well as Dr. Sotsigwa. They are currently in Scotland. And also we received an apology from Ms. Fuchane, who's also assisting the minister in cabinet. Chairperson, in terms of the members, Honorable Yabo will be joining the meeting a little bit late because he's traveling this morning. And we also got an apology from Honorable Kakao, who's not able to attend the meeting. We were informed that the department will be led by the DG Fuchane as well as the Deputy Minister. Thank you very much, Chair.
It will be led by DDG Gasa and DM because DDG Fuchane is supporting Minister in Cabinet. They are finally dealing with the comprehensive student funding model that is going to be presented before Cabinet today. I see the DM is on the platform. I'd like to hand over to the DM for any remarks on his side. Today we'll be receiving a presentation from the Department of Higher Education and Training on the National Plan for Post-School Education and Training. We had, as a portfolio committee through the Office of the Chair, received an invite to attend the launch of the National Plan for Post-School Education and Training. However, due to the parliamentary program, we could not attend. And so we requested that at a later stage, the department briefs the committee on this plan. And so hence we're having that first segment in the meeting. We will then get a briefing by the Joint Technical Task Team of the Department of Health, Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development on an overview of the state of the nursing and agricultural colleges in relation to governance, administration, and related matters, as well as an update on the migration of nursing and agricultural colleges. And I think, what was important was that although our concern is the migration of the nursing and agricultural colleges to national competence within the DHET, the current state of the college is also something that we are concerned about. And, given the fact that we are one government, in the spirit of a coordinated government, in the spirit of the district development model, we should be able to ensure that there is some sort of stability within these colleges in the interim, whilst, of course, we move for their ultimate migration. And so that's why we have that multi-pronged engagement there. And then we'll receive, apologies for that, and then we'll receive a briefing by the Association of Students in Agricultural Institutions on challenges of students in the agricultural institutions and related matters. The students, honorable members of ASATI, had written to the committee some months ago and again written to us a few weeks ago requesting the audience of the committee. And it just so happens that we were also scheduled to have this portfolio committee meeting. And so, we met with the students as the office of the chairperson, and we heard their concerns regarding their current realities and why they're therefore advocating for the migration. And we thought it would be important for them to share their perspective. Parliament is a space for the views of all citizens to be heard. And so in a discussion like this, it would be good for us to also hear the views of students, but also for them to come forth with recommendations on how the migration should look like. And so hence we reached out, we afforded the students an opportunity to also contribute to today's discussions. And then lastly, we will receive a briefing by the Commission of Gender Equity on the Maputo Protocol. So we do have quite a lot lined up in today's committee meeting. And I do plead with colleagues to be succinct as they present. We do have all the presentations. Members have had these presentations with them. And so please do stick to your allocated time. I will have to stop you if you go beyond that time. But rest assured, members have have your presentations, and so they've been able to peruse them ahead of this session. So after those presentations, we'll then go into discussions and take it from there. I think perhaps what could really assist us is if we dealt with each item separately. I think I should have. This is an oversight on my side. So I'd like us to deal with the national plan, take questions for that. Then we'll deal with the migration and that will be presented by the joint task team as well as ASATI, and take questions. And then lastly, we'll go into the CGE's presentation. So that we just segment, the different conversations and package it properly. Okay, it's now 9:07, and I want to hand over to the DM for any remarks from your side, and then we'll take it into, we'll hand over to the department led by DDG Gasa. Deputy Minister Manamela.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Firstly, I thought my office had indicated that I'd like to leave to join the ISET Cabinet Committee, but I think if you are dealing with the issues each as they're being presented, that would be helpful, because I'd really want to hear what, the feedback from honorable members. Yes, on all the issues, but I think in particular on the national plan for the post-school education and training. So my apologies in that regard, Chairperson, that I'll probably ask to leave just after 10. The meeting is starting at 10, but I'll stay in a bit and leave just after 10. Firstly, just to welcome this opportunity for us to present on this national plan and various other presentations that would be following. We're presenting this, Chairperson, in the backdrop of the opening of the applications by the National Student Financial Aid Scheme yesterday. We have the NSFAS monitoring the first few hours since the applications were opened officially yesterday by our minister, and we're hoping that by the time the applications close, which is the 21st of January or 24th of January 2024. We would have had a lot of traction, and we really want to appeal to honorable members to also use their constituency offices and their different constituencies to help in spreading the word, helping grade 12 students or anybody who wants to pursue their studies in the post-school education and training system to apply for the NSFAS for the academic year 2024-2025. But we're also meeting, Chair, in the backdrop of the stabbing of a student at the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. We have been interacting through our department with the institution, but also with the criminal justice system, to try and ensure that the student gets the attention that they should be getting, but also that the law is pursued to the latter. And of course, this is quite concerning, given our focus on the gender-based violence in our campuses and the need to strengthen, policies, legislations, regulations, but also create institutions that will help in responding to that. And we're quite confident that the work that we are doing will ultimately, help in maximizing the results that we're beginning to see in building consciousness and awareness around issues of gender-based violence, and hopefully creating zero tolerance of these in our campuses. There's a whole range of issues that are happening in the system, but I thought I should, start with those two. Our delegation, as you said, the presentation on the plan would be led by DDG.
Recording in progress.
And it's basically going to show that we, and we meaning the Department of Higher Education and Training component of this portfolio, has taken quite a huge task over the I think a couple of years to develop a plan for the system, and to look at the different roles that the department plays in terms of the system, our responsibilities towards institutions, our responsibilities, towards various other supporting organizations, towards the system, of course, the NSFAS, the National Institute for Humanities and Social Sciences, Human Resource Development Council, where we serve as a secretariat, the National Artisan Moderation Body as part of those supporting institutions, but also looked at the role that is being played by qualifications and quality assurance bodies, together with professional bodies, those which are directly under us, which are serving the post-school education and training sector, but also UMALUS itself, which serves the entirety of the education portfolio, including basic education. And the plan also looks at the role, for instance, of skills organizations, the National Skills Authority being one of them, and also the sector education and training authorities and the National Skills Fund. So that's the totality of the portfolio of the post-school education and training system. And what the plan does is to look at how we can integrate, coordinate, and articulate this system so that it yields the results that we would require, but also to help expand access to opportunities, ensure that the system is responsive, but also improve relations between education and training and the world of work. And I think also the core of it is the question of quality, and finally looking at efficiency and success of the system. So in a nutshell, both the context and what are the objectives of the plan. And with those a few words, Chairperson, in thanking you, I'd like to hand over to DDG Gasa to lead us briefly in the presentation. I don't know how many minutes are we giving for this, Chairperson, so that DDG Gasa could stick to that.
Manax, I don't know, maybe the chair's got a problem with network.
Yeah,
but it should be for all presentation. I think from the department, it should be around 40 minutes.
Oh, okay. All right. No, that's fine. Thank you. I am confident DDG CASA will take a bit less than that. Thank you, Honorable Litsi. Honorable DDG CASA, you can
Thank you
start with
very
the
much.
presentation from here.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Members, Ministers, Deputy Ministers present, Special Advisors. We want to thank you very much for the opportunity to table our presentation on the national planning on the NP-PSET as introduced by the Deputy Minister. My name is Nolwazi Gasa. I am DDG for Planning Policy and Strategy in the Department of Higher Education. I am here as introduced by the Deputy Minister and the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. I am accompanied by my colleagues. I am here with DDG of Corporate Services, Mr. Mkiba, Chief Director of Strategy Planning, Ms. Mahashane, Mr. Mutlame, and Mr. Zulu Siwela. We are here as indicated by the Deputy Minister to table, first of all, our NP-PSET, which is the roadmap for the development and reincorporation of the PSET system. And mainly that presentation will be tabled by Mr. Mkiba. Honorable Chairperson, who are present in front of you, accompanied by our colleagues who are going to present on the work done in collaboration with us from the Department of Agriculture and also from the Department of Health in the manner which we have organized ourselves as colleagues. Firstly, Mr. Mkiba will present, and Dr. Makukule and Dr. Makaya will also then table the presentation entitled as introduced by the Chairperson on the overview of the state of nursing and agricultural colleges in relation to governance and administration and related matters. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mr. Mkiba, may you please load the presentation accordingly. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, DDG Gasa. Morning, Chair, Deputy Minister, honorable members of the committee, and colleagues from the department, but also the sister departments that are present in this meeting. Chair, I hope you are able to see the presentation. We will try to stick to time as allocated. The presentation will cover about 7 areas. I think the DM has actually given the background and the context of the national plan for PSET, which the presentation does cover. And we'll also talk to the goals, objectives, and the envisaged outcomes of the plan, the key targets for 2030, and resourcing and financing of the PSET system, its implementation strategy, and lastly, the interventions envisaged to improve implementation. Just briefly, this slide really is seeking to show, since the establishment of the department in 2009, how we've been shaping the system, obviously beginning with the directives taken from the National Development Plan, which was launched in 2012. And as we all know, it really foregrounds government efforts to address the triple challenges of unemployment, inequality, and poverty. And members will recall that in 2013, Cabinet introduced the white paper for post-school education and training, which really provides policy priorities for the system. The white paper itself directs the department to develop a plan which will elaborate a roadmap towards the attainment of the vision as enshrined in the white paper. And therefore, since the introduction of the white paper, the department began developing the national plan for the sector, obviously led by the department. And I must indicate it has been an iterative process. It had to ensure that it's consultative and inclusive in terms of the development process of the plan itself. And in 2021, then the process was finalized and the minister approved the plan, which in the main became an instrument for the achievement of the white paper for PSET and its vision in particular. Now, this is the plan that is used to inform the medium-term strategic framework as government gives direction in terms of the 5-year planning horizon, beginning with the last 5-year planning horizon that was led by the current administration, the 6th administration. And we also believe that the plan itself will also inform the next medium-term strategic framework as we enter into the 7th administration. The plan was launched by the minister on the 7th of September this year. So it's just a few months ago, but we need to indicate upfront that the plan is already in motion in terms of implementation. As I indicated, the white paper and the PSET plan are both instruments for the achievement of the vision of the National Development Plan. As we all know that the country needs a skilled and capable workforce to support an inclusive growth path. I did indicate that in 2013, Cabinet approved the white paper for PSET, which became a policy instrument to define the priorities of the department, but for the sector as a whole, as we build and strengthen the system, the PSET system. And as I indicated, the white paper requires the department to develop a plan that will ensure that the vision as enshrined in the white paper is implemented up to 2030 in line with the National Development Plan. The plan is a roadmap and it's meant really to reinvigorate the sector towards 2030. It identifies the goals, the objectives, and outcomes for the system, which we'll talk to later on. But most importantly, it describes the implementation strategies and specific targets that needs to be attained by 2030. And it does indicate the roles and responsibilities aligned to the strategies that have been identified. It is really a plan that will take the sector forward beginning 2021 to 2030. Through the plan, what we are saying is that government is setting out a clear implementation strategy to achieve the proposed policy priorities of the white paper. It seeks to bring institutions, as the DM indicated earlier on, as well as traditions that have different histories, different investments, and proposes ways of making them work together towards common goal as we build on those aspects of the system that are working well, while also clarifying the range of policy instruments and plans that are currently in existence. The department has committed to manage the transitions, recognizing that the various components of the system have often operated completely separately. Its overall goal is that by 2030, the system should be a socially just, responsive, well-coordinated, providing access to a diversity of quality education and training opportunities, where students will have reasonable opportunities for achieving success, but also to improving links between education and the world of work. There are about 6 strategic goals. The Deputy Minister did touch on this, and I will just go on each of the goals quickly. I think as well, Deputy Minister did touch on the landscape. These are the institutions, as you can see. This picture is really trying to depict all the stakeholders that are involved in the implementation of the plan itself, our universities, our TVET colleges, CET colleges, our qualifications and quality assurance bodies. And these are institutions that receive direct funding from the department, but there are also those institutions that do not receive direct funding from the department, especially those that are in a color-coded red. These are the goals. As I indicated, there are about 6 goals, and I'm just going to go on each of those quickly. The first one being integration and coordination and an articulated PSET system, which the plan aims to really ensure that there is efficiencies in the system and there is improved effectiveness. The outcomes of which will really be to ensure that the roles and responsibilities are streamlined and are clear for all involved stakeholders, and that there should be improved capability of integration, of coordination, but also articulation within the system, a simplified national qualification framework, and increased articulation of students that are within the NQF sub-frameworks, but also alignment in policy and legislation across the board. In terms of the system goal number 2 of ensuring the expansion of access to PSET opportunities, ensuring that we provide students with access to comprehensive and multifaceted range of opportunities within the system, with outcomes that will show increased enrollments in all our institutions, universities, as well as TVET and CET colleges. Improved and equitable participation rates, affordable student fees and accommodation, and a sustainable student funding system within the system. Strengthened institutional differentiation and adequate infrastructure. Chair and honorable members, these outcomes, as I indicated, the plan is already in motion, and elements of these are already being implemented in the system. Universities, TVET colleges are already aligning their enrollment planning processes to ensuring that there is increased enrollments. There's also improved participation rates in the system. Goal number 3, of ensuring that the system is responsive by providing qualifications, programs, and curricula that are responsive to the needs of the world of work, but also society as well as students. This we would want to achieve and ensure that the qualifications provided in the system are relevant to the locality and the community needs, but also are responsive to the world of work, and the mechanisms that have been put in place are able to respond are able to improve research, innovation, as well as entrepreneurship in higher education. The programs that prepare students for global advance in technology is also another area of focus in respect to this goal. Goal number 4, improving relations between education and training institutions and the world of work, ensuring that we are able to nurture a stronger and more cooperative relationship between our institutions and the workplace. What we want to see is improved interface between our institutions as well as the skills levy system, our SETAs, and the world of work as led by the industries, also but the link between our institutions as well as industry for workplace-based learning in particular. The strong cooperation, we believe, will actually improve relations between employers and our institutions, universities, TVET colleges, as well as CET colleges. Goal number 5, a strong cooperative relations between employers and education and training institutions. I've just covered this in the main. And then lastly, goal number 6, which is really about improving the efficiency and the success of the system. What we want to see there is improved throughputs in our qualifications, improved exit outcomes, so that there is also linkages with the world of work. That, we believe, will really be reflective of the efficiencies within the system, but also the success of the system as manifested by the success of our students through improved throughput rates. These are the envisaged targets by 2030. Members will also recall that when the department started with the process of developing the plan itself, and I think around 2017, which is really our baseline, the pyramid was actually skewed towards the higher education sector for our universities, and particularly enrollments. What we want to do towards 2030 is really to invert enrollment patterns across the institutional types, ensuring that as we expand enrollments, we focus on the college sector. So by 2030, we're envisaging to have 2.5 enrollments, which is aligned to the National Development Plan in the TVET college sector, followed by the enrollments in the higher education sector, which we are targeting 1.6 in line with the National Development Plan, but also improved enrollments in the CET college sector at the level of 1 million enrollments. But we also want to see improvements in enrollments or programs that are supported by SETAs. You know, we had 269,000 enrollments by 2017, and we want to improve this to almost double that to 344,000. In terms of resourcing the plan and financing the system, this is an area that the plan itself acknowledges that there will be cost drivers, and these are the cost drivers as envisaged in the plan. The establishment of new universities, which is work that is already underway, construction of TVET college campuses, CET colleges, ensuring that there is provision of distance and contact modes as well as information and communication technologies for blended and online learning, improvements in lecturer development, improvement in the lecturer-student ratios, but also the success of our students and the support, student support services that we are from time to time giving to our students. The rolling out of free education for specific groups of students, which seeks to really improve access to opportunities within the system, but as well as student accommodation. These are real cost drivers that have been identified in the plan itself. The plan also acknowledges that the current funding frameworks will have to be reviewed, which is a process that is being undertaken on a 3-year planning cycle, and it's meant really to ensure that each of the sectors, the universities, the DHET colleges, the CET colleges, in terms of enrollments, there are improvements in terms of outputs, but also in terms of ensuring that the skills and levy system is also participating in the mainstream funding. Establishment of the stronger partnerships within the private sector, the foundations, it's also another area that the plan has identified, which will really ensure that there's alignment of all efforts towards achieving the goals. In terms of the slides are no longer moving. Okay. In terms of implementation, the plan itself identifies an implementation strategy and acknowledges that implementation of the plan is really a joint responsibility of all stakeholders that are involved in the PSET system. In particular, Chapter 8 provides a high-level implementation strategy and addresses all areas that have been identified as priority areas. And as a department, including our entities as well, the plan expects that we draw from it, but also as we develop our strategies, our strategic plans, our APPs, operational plans, there has to be alignment with the plan itself. Elements of the plan, as I indicated, are already in motion, are being implemented. And to improve implementation, the minister, upon the launch of the plan itself on the 7th of September 2023, established a planning committee, which had its inaugural meeting on the 8th of September, and at which meeting the committee resolved to establish subcommittees to really operationalize its work. And these are the 5 committees that have been identified, one focusing on access and improving efficiency of the system, improving the responsiveness of the higher education, science and innovation, HESI system, improved relations between education and training institutions, as well as the world of work, improved quality of PSET provisioning, and lastly, monitoring and evaluation of the plan itself. Chair, this I think is my last slide. Thank you very much for the opportunity. We welcome the comments and feedback from honorable members to the plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We appreciate, it is Nolwazi Gasa here. We appreciate the opportunity to table the NP-PSET. As indicated by our Deputy Minister, the NP-PSET is an indication of how, as the PSET system, we are implementing fundamental interventions that are aligned to the National Development Plan. As indicated by Mr. Mgiba, the NP-PSET is an implementation of wide-ranging changes across the PSET system. What we have sought to demonstrate are changes that we are implementing As indicated, these are strides that we are making towards 2030, and we seek to ensure that always there are key targets. We have also outlined challenges that we are facing in the PSET system, working throughout the universities, CET or the college system throughout, SETAs, and also specifically our relationships throughout with the private sector. We appreciate the opportunity to take questions from the chair, and we want to thank you for the opportunity to have tabled this NP-PSET, especially at the cusp of celebrating the 30 years of democracy as aligned to the 2030 NDP, the white paper itself, and milestones around the NP-PSET itself. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DDG Gasa. Thank you very much, Mr. Mkiba. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Apologies for that earlier on, colleagues. My iPad froze, so I had to then move towards the laptop. We, at this point, will take comments, questions, and recommendations from members. I think at this point in time, the plan looks like it looks aligned to the annual performance plans that we've received. And from my side, it really speaks to a lot of which we've been concerned about. I mean, from a coordination perspective, speaking about the curriculum and how it is responsive to the world of work, the relations between the needed relations between institutions of higher learning and industry, particularly industry in the sense of research and innovation and investment into RDI. And so from my side, it just reaffirms all of that of which we've highlighted as a committee, as a sector, to be really important. And what's going to bring meaning to this plan is implementation. You know, that's really where it is. So for now, that's my reflections, and I'd like to note hands from members. I'll take Honorable King, Honorable Pillay, and then Honorable Shikwamban. Honorable King.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to everyone on the platform. Chairperson, I actually welcome this presentation. I think it gives us a clearer understanding on the direction that the post-school sector and education and training sector is moving towards. So I really appreciate that we have this discussion today. Chairperson, we have noticed that the Finance Minister has actually given us a decrease of 2.9 billion rand, specifically relating to NSFAS. And that poses a major concern for the NP-PSET to actually move forward. I would just like to find out how the budget downgrade actually will have an effect on reaching the goals of 2030, and also how will it affect the 2024 budget allocation, specifically regarding to student funding, because we need to have a seamless and smoothless operation for the academic year next year. So I just want to find out if that will have a ripple effect going forward. Also, Chairperson, we've recently, this year, I think, had a discussion on the draft policy on higher education institutional types. There was discussion with certain stakeholders regarding the institutional types and what is envisaged for it. I would just like to find out how far are we with that process? Are we going to have further discussions regarding this issue? And what was the input of CHE as well as the cabinet regarding the draft policy on higher educational institutional types, because it will have an effect on the private higher education institution, but also to bring the private higher education institutions in line with the PSET sector. Chairperson, mention has also been made of the duplication when it comes to processes of the quality councils. When will that be reviewed, or has a review been taking place to streamline the roles and responsibilities of the quality council? Mention was made now of the cost drivers to implement the NP-PSET. I just want to find out if we could get a proper breakdown of the cost to implement this plan fully. And do we have the financial capacity in some instances, specifically fee-free higher education, to roll it out into the outer years? Also, what measures will be put in place to ensure that private higher education institutions are accredited at a much faster pace, and what measures are in place to ensure that the curriculum of the private higher education sector institutions are in line with the PSET sector, and where the country is moving towards narrowing the gap of critical skills for the country. Also, the minister, as not the deputy minister, in a question session last week, mentioned the fact that the comprehensive funding model has been presented to cabinet. The deputy president also alluded to that being happening. I would just like to find out, Chairperson, now that we have this has been presented to the cabinet, what further from here? When will we have sight of the comprehensive funding model for proper engagement and discussion going forward? Also, Chairperson, the NPSET will obviously come and probably has already be involved with policy, legislative and regulatory changes. I would like to know which of these policies are they envisaged that will be changed, and also the legislative changes that might be coming our way. I would really like to know if there will definitely be changes to the National Student Financial Aid Scheme Act with regards to the way funding has been done, because till today we have not actually incorporated the fee-free higher education really into that legislation. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable King. Honourable Pillay.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Let me greet all honourable members and everybody on the platform. Chair, firstly, I welcome and note the presentation. The first question I have is in respect of the 2030 vision, and I just want to find out if the department and the sector believes that we'll be able to achieve this by 2030. I also want to recommend that there is a roadmap or timeline that can be presented to us with detailed and specific timeframes on certain achievements. Chair, I also want to encourage the committee to request for further funding, because it seems like funding is a challenge going forward. And when there's a reduction in funding, you can't achieve the outcomes. So I really want to motivate that there can be something done for further funding. I also want to encourage the department to accelerate in achieving and accomplishing their goals. And the last one, Chair, is has the Minister approached Cabinet for the proposal for the consideration of the Master Skills Plan? And if so, what is the outcome? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Pillay. I'm not sure if you're done or it's my network.
No, I'm done, Chair. Thank you.
Done. Okay, members, seemingly the chair has a problem. I would then take the hand of Honorable Shikwambani. Honorable Shikwambani, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the members of the committee and all departments who are present here. I think one will have to appreciate the presentation made today with no issues with regard to the presentation, which is actually spoken at large. But I just have one question on the issue. I want to understand on the fee-free education, that who are the beneficiaries of this fee-free education. It is going to be a holistic approach process where all students who are in the universities and TVET colleges and are they going to actually be the beneficiaries, or there will be a process, or there will be a rollout strategy that specifically focus on a certain individuals based on their conditions or what? Because our understanding of the fee-free education is that as the EFF we are saying for a free education for all. So I want to understand that this fee-free education, does it have a specific individuals who will be the beneficiaries of this? But however, another question that I have, Chair, is actually directed to the Department of Higher Education. Yesterday, we all know that the minister has actually announced the opening of the applications of NSFAS for prospective students returning, and also the first year students and those who wish to be funded by NSFAS start applying for the funding. So my question with regard to that is that we had many issues this year around NSFAS where students were alleged to have fraudulently submitted documentation that does not speak to their conditions at large. So I want to understand what are the security measures, because it is very much painful. You are funded and half the year or even before the year can finish, you are told that you are defunded based on the documents you have submitted, which are fraudulent or so. So what I want to know is that, do we have any security measures from the department and NSFAS itself that will then prevent people who will be fraudulently sending a false document to the department for them to access the funding? And then if not, are we not running a risk again of accepting people to say they are funded and later during the year they are told that they are no longer funded, which it actually affects their studies and education? Those are the two questions that I have. That can we get a clear understanding as to how this NSFAS application process, which is open now until next year, January, how is the security measures? How are we sure that we are not going to experience issues where people are going to be told that they are defunded because they've submitted false documentation? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Okay. Honorable Chair, you can note from Honorable Tembani, Makata, and as well Honorable Ngobo. Then I'll come after them in terms of questioning. The last person who just spoke is Honorable Shikwambani, and I hope that his questions and input were noted for responses by DHET and those who are on the platform. Thank you. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Whip. I really want to apologize, colleagues. Between my device and network, I really don't know what's happening today. And thank you, Whip, for stepping in timelessly. I'd like to then hand over to Honorable Makata.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I guess that my really I'm coming in with a comment slightly to be a question given the presentation. And firstly, I must also just welcome the presentation as it was tabled by the department. It does really have very good targets, and we do seem to have good subcommittees in terms of the work being done and being implemented. And I guess that my question then will then be coming in, especially with the last subcommittee that was mentioned in the last slide of the presentation that speaks to monitoring and evaluation. I'm basically posing this particular question on the recent news outbreak, if one would put it like that, on the assessment done that South Africa is likely not to meet the goals set up in terms of the National Development Plan. So I was just checking in terms of the monitoring of the work that is being done by the department, that do we then have a system that is able to track progress in alignment with what we envisage to achieve by 2030, in the form that at least we then able to have key indicators and warnings, aligned kind of instruments that are then able to say, if we want to achieve this by 2030, by this year, for instance, we should be at this particular point. Maybe you can take the example about enrollment, that by 2023, we're supposed to be at this enrollment level, and we're at this particular enrollment level. And then what are the other mitigating factors that we are bringing in to make sure that we are catching up with the plan and that we are able to achieve as set out in the NDP. I think that my question would be on that perhaps when we have these presentations in terms of what we seek to achieve, at least we then get where we are now, as opposed to where we, also in alignment with where we are going. So I think for me, it's just that to ask, do we have a system in place to track our progress, and maybe what would be some of the points where we say by 2030 we are likely not to have met particular targets based on APCND, or we're able to bring about any other solutions to make sure that given the shortfall that we have now based on where we're supposed to be, we're able to bring that on board and we catch up with the implementation plan towards 2030. That's all, Chair, that I wanted to check. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Makata. Honorable Ngobo.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to everyone on the platform. Chairperson, I just have two questions. The first one, I think one of the problems facing the sector is the bogus or fly-by-night institutions that prey on unsuspecting students. So I just want to find out if the plan is in any way dealing or addressing this problem, and what measures have been taken or put in place in this regard. And then the second question is on the CET colleges enrollment target. I know that there was a mention of specific targets there, but we know that since the 2019-20 financial year, the department has been struggling to meet the CET colleges enrollment target. So I just want to find out what measures will then be put in place to ensure that this target is met as per the plan. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Ngabo. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to all members on the platform. Let me start by acknowledging the presentation, Chairperson, and as well acknowledge the work that has been done till to date with regards to the migration of these entities into ensuring that we create a broader scope in terms of access of education for institutions of higher learning. Chair, mine is just to emphasize on what Honorable Pillay could have said in terms of specific timeframes. I would want the department to send us a written response with regards to the program of action on their 6 goals that they have actually highlighted on slide 9, in terms of them breaking down their work on short short, medium, and long-term project, so that when we do our oversight, at least we know that we are making them accountable on what they have committed on. And on the issue of subcommittees as well, we are noting that they've just met recently. So can they as well submit their program of action in terms of the work that would unfold from now up until next year? And the other thing, Chairperson, that one would want to suggest to the department is that they need to indicate to us if they have a plan in terms of public-private partnership. If they don't have, I would want to lobby to say that it is important that they have one, because looking at the scope and work that they would want to do, they would need partners, and those partners are industries and those who are having money with them, so that they can be able to do their work at a fast pace than what we are seeing now. And I'm very encouraged by issues of public engagement and in all these institutions. Chair, the other point is with regards to the involvement of GTM champions. I would want to say that in all this tax team work, they need to ensure that they bring along the locals here in terms of them being part of all these processes, so that we don't delay the process about leaving other spheres of government. And lastly, Chair, one would want to say to them, it is important that they strengthen the advocacy and lobbying aspect of their plans, on the basis that here, what they are doing and what they want to achieve, it will need everybody across the length and breadth of South Africa. And lastly, I want to say to them, the issue of civic education must actually start now, up until 2030, in terms of making sure that people get to understand where we are in terms of issues of agriculture and health, and as well the access thereof in terms of TVET colleges that have been identified to be partners in the whole process. That's it from myself, Chairperson, and thank you for this particular engagement, or that is cost-cutting. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso. Thank you to all honorable members for your comments, questions, recommendations. You know, this plan it almost encompasses all that, as I said earlier on, all that we speak of as a committee, many sentiments shared in the sector. And as I said earlier on, really what's going to be important is its implementation, which speaks to thorough planning, which speaks to being able to, break down this broader plan into actionables, which must come through in our annual performance plans, and some of it is there, It must come through, though, in how our institutions do their work, because not everything is going to be done by the department, right? Our SETAs are going to be responsible for certain elements of it, our universities, our colleges. So what will also be very critical in implementing this plan is that there's an understanding and appreciation of the plan at a grassroots level, right? So as Honorable Mananiso was saying, this type of plan will need everyone on board. There are even departments that outside of our sector who we're going to have to better coordinate with in order for us to achieve what the plan seeks to achieve. I also want to then just speak to what Honorable Mabo was asking. I saw the same thing, that 1 million target. My question is going to be, how did we set that target, given, or what informs that target? What trend are we seeing that informs that particular target, given, of course, as Honorable Mabo said, the challenges we're having in terms of enrollment in that program. I mean, just in Limpopo, we witnessed a lot of challenges earlier on in the year in terms of meeting enrollment targets. And so how did we get to that one? And I also want to highlight what Honorable Makata said around sort of pivoting through through the implementation, oh, okay, this is not working. Oh, okay, we're not going to meet this target. Okay, so what do we do before we don't meet the target, right? So, and that's one of the biggest challenges that we have, is that we want to react when it's almost too late. And so mitigation interventions are going to be very important. Monitoring and evaluation is going to be very important. Funding is going to be very important, but the efficient and effective use of funds that we already have is also going to be very important. And that is, of course, captured under coordination. If we're going to want to increase access to the sector, and we're excited about the report, the comprehensive funding model report finally going to cabinet. And what we're hoping it's going to speak to is ways of strengthening coordination of funds within the PSET system, because it giyavuza, when we look at just funds within the CETAs, perhaps some of the duplications we're seeing there could help us to increase access at an undergraduate level, but even more importantly, at a postgraduate level, noting that we aren't able to meet the numbers that we need, or the demand, we aren't able to cater to the demand that's currently there, and that the demand that is going to increase because we are investing so much into undergraduate funding. So those are about some of the reflections from members. I'm going to hand over to the Deputy Minister and the team to respond to those comments, questions, and recommendations. DM.
Thank you, Chairperson. And I think I appreciate the broad but also specific recommendations and also concerns that the members of the committee has. And I think the idea here, and I'll give to both DDG and the Chief Director to respond to some of the questions. But I think the thrust of it is that we have targets that we need to meet, and that most of those targets, I think, are imposed on us by the National Development Plan, and that meeting those targets means that we need to work within the limited resources that we have, assuming that hopefully in the future there may be certain readjustments that are made in order to satisfy some of the demands. Last week, Chairperson, we had a research colloquium that was looking at, for instance, the TVET sector and how we can position the TVET sector as the both qualitatively, but more importantly, quantitatively at the heart of the PSET system, and the initial projections, for instance, for us to be able to meet the targets as set in the National Development Plan and some of the plans that we're articulating in this plan, speaks of anything close to 78 billion rands. So that's huge investments that we talking about. So the plan is obviously something that's quite tacit, but that's also quite considerate of the fact that we can actually do more if we're able to save off some resources, mobilize resources from elsewhere, and hopefully, get further injections from Treasury. And I think we understand the members' concerns in that regard, that, some of the targets may seem, less ambitious. Some of the targets, may not help us to meet what is required of us, but also what is required of the country. But I think we have to, under particular circumstances. We've drawn on lessons over the last few years, in terms of what, some of the investments we've made and what has worked and what has not worked. And we're trying to, build on all of that. But otherwise, I think we really appreciate the inputs. This is the plan. It's obviously not static, but we had to start somewhere. If I can hand over to DDG and Chief Director to respond to some of the specific questions that members have asked, with your permission, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Chairs, fellow colleagues. Mr. Mkiba, may I ask you please to respond, and then I will come in. Honorable members, if I may say so, I believe the questions range across the PSET system. We really appreciate the opportunity to have tabled the NP-PSET plan. I will ask my colleague to respond. I think if I may group the questions as I understand them, they come across this way. First is the appreciation for the presentation, and we would like to really table our appreciation for that. And then secondly, there are comments that are about the alignment to the National Development Plan, and they range across the key indicators, the targets, and in how we set those, and the push that the DM has referred to and how we could stretch those further. That's the second category of questions. Then the next category of questions is around the pillars that would enable the plan to come through. Funding questions fall around those. Infrastructure matters, law matters, and the issues that the DM has raised around how could we respond to the question of funding, the funding model, questions around the legalities and whether we have addressed those, and our key stakeholders, sitters, NPCs, and so forth. And then the fourth question is around the monitoring and evaluation question and how we address those. And then lastly, partners and across champions that we work with. Mr. Mkiba, if I could hand over to you, and then I will close off with your permission, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, DDG Gasa. Thanks, Chair and honorable members, for the comments given and the questions raised. Let me also thank the Deputy Minister for the comprehensive response, which cuts across all areas raised by honorable members. Like DDG Gasa indicated, we really appreciate the comments given. Indeed, as DM indicated, the plan itself is not static. As we receive comments and feedback, especially from the portfolio committee, the intention really is to consider ways and means of really improving implementation. And I think what came through in the form of questions and comments is really going to assist us in improving implementation. Let me upfront also say that some of the questions, if not responded to through you, Chair, we will request that we give written responses over and above what Honorable Mananiso had requested, so that we don't leave any of the questions unanswered. In respect to the questions raised by Honorable King, particularly in respect to the decrease in funding for NSFAS and how that will affect the budget as it relates to our achievements of the targets of the plan. I think it goes without saying, as the Deputy Minister indicated, obviously there's a ripple effect, especially when there are budget cuts on our plans in general. And we've always sought to work within our means to try and still stick to the targets that we've committed ourselves to. Most of the targets are actually dictated to by the country's national development plan, and the funding that gets to be appropriated to the department to deliver on this. From time to time, we discover that it's not funding adequate for the attainment of the targets. So the decrease will negatively affect our targets, but like the DM is saying, we do look and rationalize from within what is available to see to it that we move towards the attainment of the targets. This is a matter that the committee itself has actually looked into and has resolved to, through the subcommittees, do a thorough analysis of where we at in terms of implementation and the kind of challenges that the system is facing, and with a view of crafting or proposing mitigations towards that. I think it was Honorable Mananiso who acknowledged that the committee itself has just met and its subcommittees will soon be meeting, and as they do so, this is one area that is going to be looked into very closely to really try and propose mitigations towards the attainment of our targets. And I think there was also a question from Honorable King around the duplication of the quality councils and whether any review in respect to the legislation that is governing the workings of the councils has been undertaken or had started already. I think generally the white paper and this plan being the implementation plan for the white paper recommends that there be an overhaul review of our legislation. And if you look at the current MTSF, there is a specific reference to the review of our legislation, the NQF, the Skills Development Act, but also the Community Education and Training Act as it relates to the CET and the TVET sector. So this is work that is underway. NQF review has been started, and I think there's going to be a second round of that to also try and deal with issues that pertains to articulation in the system. We welcome the proposal to really look into the breakdown of the costs for implementing the plan. This is also one area that the committee will be looking into. And I think at a given and appropriate time, we will come back to the committee and reflect on how this work has gone. We also hope that this will also assist in the next planning cycle as we deal with the next medium-term strategic framework for the next administration. Honorable Play, thank you for for what you've said regarding the recommendations to the committee itself to really, motivate for further funding. And I think this is a matter that we have been saying from time to time, and this is a matter that the committee itself has been taking to heart, especially during the budgeting process. We really welcome and appreciate that. We obviously we calling this plan as a roadmap, but there must be, as you indicated, a roadmap of the roadmap, which will clearly articulate the targets as they relate to the broader targets of the National Development Plan, but also the white paper, but also that will clarify the short, medium to long-term achievements in terms of targets. Accelerating the achievements of the targets is very close to the heart of the department, and this is a matter that is also aligned to available funding, and as we rationalize our funding, it's a matter that we are prioritizing to ensuring that we move towards the attainment of the 2030 targets. Honorable Shikwamban, thanks for the questions raised. I think there were two questions that relate to NSFAS and the fee-free education. Who are the beneficiaries? Is it which categories of students are going to be benefiting, and whether there's how the rollout is going to be managed? I think this is a matter that is a subject of the current processes as they relate to student funding policy, and it's a matter that will at an appropriate time be pronounced when all matters concerning this are dealt with and have been considered. Suffice to indicate that the engagement at cabinet level with regard to the comprehensive student funding model are a step in the right direction, particularly in respect to the topic at hand, because it will then set the basis for how this is going to be dealt with going forward. And we will obviously keep the committee briefed on the progress from that end. Honorable Makati, I think thanks for raising that. It is for that reason that we have established the subcommittee on M&E. One of the things that we will upfront discuss is strengthening our current M&E systems to ensure that as we move with the implementation of the plan, we are able to track progress on the indicators, the targets, and where there are deficiencies in implementation, we should be able to then mitigate and try and move towards positive implementation of what we seek to achieve by 2030. So we are prioritizing this part. As you have noticed, the committees themselves are aligned to the goals, but this particular one, there's no goal that is aligned to M&E. But we saw it fit that we have a committee, a subcommittee that will deal with that, and the subcommittee is comprised of key stakeholders that are relevant to government, broader M&E processes, DPME, but also the National Planning Commission. And then, Honorable Ngobo, I think the issue of bogus institutions is work in progress. Honorable members would notice that annually there is an inspection blitz that it's managed and led by the department to ensure that we root out bogus institutions, especially during the beginning of the financial year. And this is the area that the plan itself has actually prioritized, in that the presence of bogus institutions compromises the quality of our post-school education and training provisioning. And therefore, it cannot be a matter that can be left unattended. But like I said, it's a matter that is in progress. We will never leave any stone unturned until bogus institutions are rooted out. In terms of, I think there was a question about the enrollments within the CET college sector, and both yourself, Honorable Ngobo, and the chair person has actually raised this to say in particular what informed the targets and what are the measures that they have been put in place to meet the targets, as the current trends are not really encouraging. I think we are in agreement. The NDP requires that we enroll 1 million students by 2030. And I think it's a target that we have aligned ourselves with through the white paper, but also through the NP-PSET. Current trends are not encouraging, but there are measures that are being put in place. One of the measures is really ensuring that there is a proper funding model for the system, and I think that will assist to invite funding towards student enrollments in this sector. But also infrastructure has not been accommodative of the requisite numbers. The capacity of our institutions currently are not able to cater for the numbers that we are requiring. And for that reason, I'm glad to indicate that there is funding that has been earmarked for infrastructure to the tune of $1 billion from the reprioritization process of our budget to try and mitigate that. But this is a priority area that will remain on the dashboard for some time to come. I think, Chair, I've tried to cover all the questions. Obviously, there may be a few that I've not responded to, and at this stage, I'll ask DDG Gasa to come in if there's any of the questions that should want to add and comprehensively respond to. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mkiba.
On that, DDG Gasa, can we be brief so that we can start wrapping up?
No, absolutely, Chair. Let me apologize that we have taken much longer than we have been allocated. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I will try to take about 2 minutes in the time that we have got available. Once more, let me thank honorable members for the input that we have been given, and perhaps make about 3 to 5 points. Firstly, as I indicated earlier on, there are about 5 points, 5 ways of organizing our response. And we want to appreciate the opportunity to revert to honorable members in addition and in writing. The first point around the pillars is that we will, in writing, indicate the targets and respond to the question around million targets, million indicators, and the extent to which we monitor and evaluate accordingly, Chair. And then secondly, there have been questions raised around cabinet points and where we are at around the 3 key areas. It's the student funding model, which, as was advised in the morning, is serving pronto at cabinet today. Linked to that, we appreciate the request that has been made around 3 key points. The first one is to return to this portfolio committee around the cabinet funding model, the comprehensive funding model. The second one is around the progress that has been made regarding the private higher education engagements and where we are at regarding that. The third one is around CHE and institutional types and progress that we have made in that regard. The fourth one is around the extent to which requests that we have made to Treasury could have ripple points, and we note that. The last one is around NSFAS Act and legislative issues pertaining to that. And then the third point I would like to make is appreciating questions that have been raised regarding monitoring and evaluation processes that we embark on, and take the portfolio committee into confidence around that process and how we handle that. The fourth point I would like to respond to that perhaps we did not cover is where we are at regarding the reconceptualized human resource development process and the master skills plan. And we would like at the next engagement with the portfolio committee to please provide progress in this regard. And then lastly, to appreciate once more the opportunity to be here and table the challenges, but most importantly, the action plan that we are tabling to correct these issues. I have taken more time, Chair, but I would like to reiterate our appreciation for us tabling the NP-PSET. It's long overdue, and we will revert in the next 7 days regarding our responses to the questions that have been tabled here. Thank you ever so much, Honorable Chair and honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DDG Gasa. DM, is there anything you'd like to say before you step out? Because I know you have to go.
No, not at all. Thank you, Chair. And if I may be released with your permission.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. And we're really hoping that Cabinet won't take this version of the report back for more work in terms of the comprehensive student funding model, because we're really hoping that it could perhaps respond to many of the challenges that we're facing in terms of sustainable funding in our sector. I would then like to yes. I'm not sure the hand is coming from. Okay. Honorable Shikombana.
Yes, Chair. There's one question of mine that was not noted, rather not about
Okay.
that, it was not noted to say they will answer on writing. The question of the security measures on the issue of students applying and submit fraudulent documents, and that consequently at a later stage affect them with regard to funding. Can I still get an answer for this? Because I did not get an answer for this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. DDG Gasa, you as a department are scheduled to present next week, Wednesday, on our state of readiness as a sector for the 2024 academic year. There are questions that were posed by Honorable King, some also posed by Honorable Shikwambana. There could be other members that I'm missing at this point in time, but generally members have asked questions that speak directly to our preparedness for the 2024 academic year. Could we please ensure that those questions are ready, or those responses are ready in next week's meeting? Because, for example, on NSFAS, that's not even, some of the questions that have been asked today aren't the only questions that we're concerned about, right? There's a myriad of questions that we have in relation to even this year, and even more so going into the 2024 academic year. So I'd like to propose that we package all those responses for that meeting on next week, Wednesday, on the state of readiness for the 2024 academic year.
So absolutely, Chair, please may I table my apologies. Absolutely, point very well taken. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And thank you for that, Honorable Shikwambana. We're now going to move on to the next presentation, which is by the Joint Task Team of DHET, DOH, and Department of Agriculture, Land Reform, and Rural Development on the nursing and agricultural colleges. I'm not sure who's leading that particular presentation, but I know that colleagues from DOH and colleagues from DALRRD are here. So I'm going to hand over to yourselves, colleagues. I'm sure you have organized in terms of who's going to lead the presentations. You have 30 minutes to make your presentation, and then we'll move to the students. Over to you, colleagues.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Ida Makugule. I'm going to be leading the presentation on the migration of the nursing and agricultural colleges to a national competence. Our presentation will be broken down into two parts, where the first one on the nursing colleges, my colleague, Dr. Makanya, will do the presentation through the work that they have done, and then I'll come in to do the presentation for DALRRD. Can colleagues please confirm if they can see the screen?
We can see it, ma'am.
Thank you very much. So in terms of the purpose...
Sorry, can you put it in presentation mode, please? Thank you.
All right. In terms of the purpose, I don't know how to remove that. There it goes. In terms of the purpose, it's to provide an update on the migration of nursing and agricultural colleges to a national competence, and also to give an overview on the state of nursing and agricultural colleges in relation to governance and administration structures, which has been a key issue that we needed to sort out. And for the status of incorporation of nursing colleges into higher education, I will hand over to my colleague, Dr. Makanya, to do the presentation for the nursing colleges. Dr. Makanya.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. and Deputy Minister for Higher Education, Science and Technology, and colleagues from Higher Education and Agricultural Department. My name is Nonhlanhla Makhanya. As indicated, I'm the Chief Nursing Officer in the National Department of Health. Next slide, please. I'm not sure who is managing the slides. Can I be assisted? Thank you. And the presentation focuses on introduction, context, progress to date, and conclusion in terms of incorporation of public nursing colleges into higher education and into post-school education. Thank you. Next one. Next. As a way of introduction, we are saying that the discussion of moving nursing from into higher education started in 2012, and finally, after engagement between the two processes, the Minister of Higher Education issued a government gazette that was stipulating December 2019 as the last date of registration of programs leading to higher education qualifications that were not compliant with prescripts of higher education and training. And nursing education that is offered by colleges has been one of these, and they were working under interim arrangement. The interim arrangement that was put in place in 1986, and we've been functioning under 1986 protocol, which really enable us to produce 80% of service-oriented professional nurses through an arrangement of affiliation with 23 universities that have nursing departments. However, with this government notice, then it actually provided us with an impetus to actually continue engagement between the two departments, higher education and DHET, with our two quality council, Nursing Council for Professional Registration and the CHE, to accelerate finalization of the legislative, administrative, governance, regulatory frameworks that were required to ensure integration of nursing colleges into post-school education system in line with the provisions of Higher Education Amendment Act. Otherwise, the major threat was that nursing colleges would be precluded from offering nursing education programs, both undergraduate and specialist qualification, except to teach out legacy nursing qualifications, unless they were recognized as national institutions in terms of the legislation that governs public institutions offering higher education qualification. Nursing colleges would remain outside the legislative framework of the post-school education system. Yet, we are aware that in line with the Goal 9 of the NDP, we have the responsibility to ensure that posts are filled with skilled, competent, and capable and committed individuals. Next slide. Against this background, honorable members and chairperson, we then initiated a lot of administrative legal framework, and one such was the protocol agreement that actually outlined the roles and responsibilities for the two government departments as a transitional arrangement to ensure stability in the sector and continuity in the production of nurses. And this was done in 2019 by the two departments. The next enabling framework, next slide. The next enabling framework was the government notice that actually was issued in October 2019, which actually legalize the transitional arrangement, and specifically that the 10 public nursing colleges that are listed in the government notice were then designated to offer all programs that are registrable with the Professional Council, including higher certificates, diplomas, bachelors, and degrees in nursing, which are then were accredited to be offered in line with the provision of higher education qualification sub-framework. And accordingly, these programs, with all these administrative, legal, regulatory frameworks being complied with and put in place, these programs have now been started to be offered in the phased approach with effect from January 2020. Next slide, please. And this is kind of the progress that we have managed, that we have achieved in terms of provisioning of nursing education by public colleges as an integral part of compliance with higher education prescripts. Currently, we have 8 colleges that are offering a 3-year diploma in nursing, and this would produce an average of 2,042 professional nurses, and then in Northern Cape, and Northern Cape is the only province that would commence this program in January 2024. Next slide. The other pipeline program that we have prioritized is a diploma in midwifery, and this really produces midwives who are responsible for managing the high levels of maternal and child mortality in our country as one of the key burden of disease within the health sector. And this program would be offered for the first time in January by 7 public colleges. And we are expecting, it's a 1-year program. We are expecting that on completion of this program, we would be able to inject into the system an average of about 1,368 midwives. The Eastern Cape and Northern Cape colleges would only commence this program in 2025. This is one of the programs where all colleges have to offer because of the importance of maternal and child health care, particularly at primary healthcare services. Next slide. And these are the programs that are offered by both universities and public colleges and private colleges in terms of the various areas of specialization. And in terms of the intake, we have listed the various specialization, the institution that is offering, for instance, occupational health nursing being offered by 3 universities with 115 students, midwifery, primary health care, critical care, which is nurses that work in ICU, perioperative, nurses that are working in theaters, mental health, emergency nursing, ophthalmology, oncology, and palliative, which are specific focus on various forms of cancers, nephrology, and the child nursing. Universities are also offering non-clinical programs, which include nursing education. And these are the programs that actually help skilled and produce some of the lecturers that are running programs within our colleges, particularly because one of the requirements is that all lecturers need to have a qualification higher than the level to which they are teaching. So universities are assisting us in terms of producing nurse educators that can be able to teach at bachelor's level and clinical specialization level, because they would have, they are holding a qualification higher. The other one is health service management. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, In conclusion, we would want to say that there is transitional arrangement that has been put in place since 2020, and as a result, nursing programs aligned to higher education sub-framework are currently offered by 29 private institutions, 21 universities, and 8 public colleges, all of them towards ensuring that there is consistent supply of nurses for optimal performance of the health system towards universal health coverage. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much to colleagues for that presentation. I'd like to then hand over to the next presenter.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So on this presentation, we're looking at the progress on the function shift of colleges of agriculture into a national competence. So much of this work has been based on shifting the colleges of agriculture as well as the nursing colleges from being a provincial under being monitored in a provincial governance to a national competence, and this will be done under the Department of Higher Education and Training. And much of this is informed by Schedule 4 of our Constitution that affirms that tertiary education is of a national competence. Work was done in March 2014, where Cabinet considered a joint memorandum from the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, which is now DHET, and the Department of Higher Education and Training on the transfer of the function shift for the competence for colleges of agriculture from a provincial to a national competence to seek for the alignment of our HEQSF. So Cabinet has approved that a joint task team be established. This was done in that period of 2014. And the two departments developed mechanisms and plans for the transfer of colleges of agriculture from a concurrent national and provincial legislative competence of DHET to national legislative competence under the governance of DHET. DHET and DHET constituted the JTT with detailed terms of reference prescribing the purpose and scope of work for the JTT. The following were recommended by the JTT in terms of the colleges of agriculture. The first being a joint national competence should be shared by DHET and DHET. There should be an integration into the post-school education and training system to ensure effective articulation with other PSET institutions and programs. The need to establish autonomous higher education colleges in terms of Higher Education Act and appropriately named to reflect their vocational education and training mission. So in terms of the higher education colleges, this is based on the amendment of the Higher Education Act in 2017, which was promulgated in 2017, where there's an introduction of new various institutional types where they are based, the first being higher education colleges, which are viewed to have a limited range of scope and operation. The second would be the university colleges, which is something that we do not have in the country as of yet, but it's something, it's a lesson that we got when we established the University of Mpumalanga and Solplaiki in terms of looking at a growth trajectory, in terms of the establishment of university, that there needs to be systematic approach to ensure that there is alignment for program offering and that the institutional governance structures can gradually grow for institutions to then become fully fledged autonomous institutions. And then, of course, the third category, which is the typology that we have in our higher education system, being universities, which is further broken down to UOTs, Universities of Technology, comprehensive universities, and traditional universities. So if DHET, these colleges of agriculture are to be deemed as higher education colleges, there needs to be some transitional work that needs to happen while the policy is being finalized. So under the promulgation by the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, with the concurrence of the Minister of DHET, the the governance, of course, will be promulgated then. And then the policy of higher education institutional types will be published in terms of the Higher Education Act and must include regulations of funding and governance that underpin the function of colleges. They will be established with the authority to take decision and control over their own finances, with a governance model that includes independent on-site management for these colleges. So in terms of the work that we continue to do on the process of getting high university colleges, agricultural colleges declared, there was a meeting on the 2nd of September where Cabinet approved that colleges of agriculture should be declared as higher education colleges under the Higher Education Act by the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, who has the legislative responsibility for the post-school and training system. And then colleges of agriculture will be transferred to a national competence with funding and daily administrative processes to be undertaken by DHET through the interdepartmental ministerial protocol and specific policy and regulations. DHET and DHET will implement the process required to give effect to the colleges of agriculture being established as higher education colleges and being transferred to a national competence. In terms of the funding model that we have looked at, we note that for the colleges of agriculture, they have three funding sources. The first being the Equitable Share PDAs, the Comprehensive Agriculture Support Program, under the CASP pillar, and the College Revitalization Program and Program 7 of Skills Development Funding. There has been a request from some colleges to have their revenue collections through their provincial treasury. And in terms of the current student population, just to give a breakdown of what the program offering is, the enrollment planning. We have across the provinces with the 5 where we find our agricultural colleges, Sidara, Alsenburg, Fort Cox, Glen, Grootfontein, and the list there. We have a total of enrollment of 2,761 students who are taking programs in diplomas, advanced diploma, as well as bachelors in agriculture from their respective institutions. The courses that are offered are, of course, aligned with our NQF, and they are quality assured, accredited by the Council of Higher Education, Council on Higher Education, of course, to ensure the quality assurance and that they are part of the HEQSF and that they don't fall outside of our sub-framework. And it does go into detail in terms of across the provinces and the colleges, what are the types of qualifications that students can attain, with the majority of them being with the with the diploma in agriculture being the predominant one, as well as the animal production also. So in terms of the outlook of the governance and administrative support for the colleges, that they do have various different models across the systems. And of the 11 colleges, the nine are entirely administered by the Department of Agriculture, and they have limited institutional decision-taking powers. The one that's quite strongly, it is quite stable, it's the Fort Cox in the Eastern Cape, and it's viewed as a semi-autonomous college. And the Grootfontein Agriculture Development Institute reports directly to DHET for various historical and boundary reasons. And then all colleges have an advisory council boards that have been appointed by the respective members of council and the Minister of DHET with respect to the Grootfontein Agriculture Development Institute. In terms of work that has been undertaken for the improvement of teaching and learning to ensure that there's alignment with the HEQSF, there has been work that has been looked at in terms of the program offering across the agricultural colleges. but also there was the work that they have been undertaking with the vocational aspect, which has been accredited by ASATI. Some aspects of this has been phased out. All ATIs espouse the integration of theory and practice as their distinctive approach to teaching and learning. This integration is pursued through work-integrated learning in the curriculum and laboratories and workshops that facilitate practical application and the engagement in some entrepreneurial activity on a piece of land specifically designated for this purpose. While others arrange for students to participate by means of exhibiting in agriculture shows in expos that talks about the strong connectedness that we have in terms of the practical component, the vocational aspects that we have envisaged for the agricultural colleges. Of the 11 colleges, we do have 2 colleges that are accredited by QCTO as skills development providers and skills assessment centers, and others are in the process of application. In terms of the infrastructure that currently the colleges of agriculture have, some of them are in poor conditions or non-functional, and they are in need of infrastructure upgrades. So DHET has initiated work with the transforming and repositioning of the colleges of agriculture through the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program condition grant since 2011. And this college revitalization program pillar is aimed to improve the status of colleges, and it has been implemented. It's an ongoing effort from DHET's side. DHET, in collaboration with the colleges of agriculture, is developing the Colleges of Agriculture Infrastructure Master Plan. And the master plan aims to provide a determination, the efforts to improve teaching and learning, farming, lodging and recreation infrastructure within the 11 colleges of agriculture. This, of course, will allow for a significant growth with the graduate output and provide quality education and training through several infrastructure improvements that will be implemented over a period of years. In terms of the status of migration, there are a number that we have to discuss for under the PFMA. So for the funds, there has been an agreement that's been reached with the 5 provinces on the funds to be transferred. The 5 provinces have signed off agreements on appropriation of funds, this being Eastern Cape, Free State, Limpopo, KZN, and Northwest. For the assets, verification has been undertaken towards the end of 2020-21 fiscal year, and Northwest, KZN, Limpopo, Eastern Cape, and Free State have undertaken again for the verification to happen end of 2021-2022. In terms of the human resources, there has been a determination in terms of post-establishment of the 11 colleges. This includes those that are filled and those that are vacant. The Fort Cox is semi-autonomous, and there was a recommendation that Fort Cox remain semi-autonomous, as this is the ideal future model for all colleges of agriculture. In terms of the ICT infrastructure across the 11 colleges, there has been detailed business plans for the migration and upgrade of colleges of ICT infrastructure. And this has been done with each college, with the respective colleges in mind, so that it responds to the various needs that each institution would need, and also working with Telkom to upgrade network connectivity to DHET. In terms of the status of migration, looking at the promulgation, which is very much hinged on the policy on institutional types. So we look at the section 68(1)(d). In terms of the status for the institutional types policy, we are going for a second round of public comments, which needs to be sought from the sector as the policy was substantially reworked. And this was the advice that we had obtained from our legal department. And this allows for greater collaboration because the policy is a representation of PSET and would be steering the system, of course, according to the typologies that we're proposing in the institutional types policy. And then after that, there would be further advice from CHE that the minister needs to engage in terms of the status of the amended version, and there will be a publication of the final version. There's also the area of the declaration process of colleges of agriculture as higher education institution types. So that this declaration process will be dependent on the final version of the policy, because it gives a determination in terms of scope, range, and what these colleges need to look like. There is much work also being done on the presidential proclamation, which has been led by legal from the Department of Higher Education, but also working very closely with DHET. And on this process, we are still seeking legal opinion, but quite a lot of work has been done on that. And in terms of Section 21(3)(a)(3) of the Higher Education Act, there needs to be broad consultation with members of the executive councils. We have been doing that, and this takes through the platform of MINMAC. And then the 5 MECs have supported the transfers from a provincial competence to a national, which is Eastern Cape, Free State, Limpopo Province, KZN, and Northwest. So the MEC of Western Cape has opposed the transfer and proposed collaboration with the University of Stellenbosch, so they would remain within a provincial competence. From DHET's perspective, they have indicated that there will be further engagements between the MEC of Western Cape and of course with the ministers of DHET and Higher Education, Science, Innovation. In terms of, for my concluding remarks, there has been a delegation agreement being signed between the Minister of Higher Education, Science, Innovation and DHET. The MECs and HODs in the relevant provinces have been consulted through MINMAC and MINTEC. The protocol agreement has been signed and it's in place between the DGs of the Department of Higher Education and DHET. And there is pressure to conclude the process from both sides, from the provinces, of course, as it affects the colleges and students. And DHET is committed to work with the department to finalize the process pending the signing of the presidential proclamation and the policy on institutional types. Thank you very much. Conclude there.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for those presentations. I'd like to then at this point hand over to the students, hand over to ASATI. We had tried to find a body that is similar to ASATI, but represents the students in nursing. And because we don't want to seem as though we are selective in terms of the stakeholders that we interact with. And however, we weren't successful with that mission. And we would appreciate for colleagues to, perhaps those in DRH, to try and assist us in finding a similar body that represents students in the nursing colleges for us to, in the future, maybe even outside of a parliamentary sitting, but maybe through the office of the chair of the committee, to interact with those students and get their perspective as well. We had also reflected as the committee management committee on how we could possibly get other voices, like the voices of workers or of labor. And so those are some of the reflections that we have made as MANCO in terms of how, stakeholder engagement on this particular item could look like going into the future. But with that being said, thank you so much to the colleagues who've presented. And I'd like to then hand over to the president of ASATI, Mr. Duba, together with the secretary, Mr. Chokyana.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. I'm not sure if someone will assist me in putting the presentation, because I'm struggling on my side. I'm using a cell phone.
Anela, can we
Okay.
assist with that? Can you confirm that we're trying to assist with that, Anela?
Sure.
Can you confirm that we are going to assist with the flighting of the presentation of
Yes,
ASATI?
yes, Chair, yes.
Okay, all right. You can continue in the meantime, Mr. Chepyan.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and to all the honorable members. My name is Zukisa Chojan. I'm the secretary of ASATI. And for those who don't know ASATI, it's a Association of Students of Agricultural Training Institution. And ASATI has 11 agricultural college that is being represented. And on our executive member, we have 6. We try to include all the colleges. And on the next slide, please. Okay, as you can see on the next slides, on this existing slides, all the colleges that are under ASATI. So almost all, and it's a national student body. Thank you. Can we go to the next slide, please? So I will be brief because I've realized that some of the things that are on our side, it's similar to the previous speakers that have been presented. But just a quick reminder, on the 2012, there was a national conference resolution from the ANC. And on that resolution, one of their resolution was to say all agricultural colleges must be immediately transferred to the Department of Higher Education and incorporate fully into the post-school system. And ever since then, I think we've been patient as a student body, looking for a way forward and so that we can be part of the higher education. And also, if you can see on the next point, there was an approach or a try from the cabinet. There was a virtual meeting on the 9th of September 2020, where it was also agreed that what the colleges are doing, it's mostly teaching, not necessarily doing the physical work of agriculture. So that's why we feel like we need to move from agriculture straight to the Department of Higher Education. On the next slide, as you can see that at least we do have the funding or the SETA. We have DARALD, we have AgriSETA, we have HWSETA, which NP and FPM-SETA, which do assist us in terms of the funding, the accommodation and everything. But we feel like it's not enough because we have issues. If you can look on the next slide, please. On the next slide, we have challenges like poor infrastructure. I believe that the previous presenter also mentioned that some of those colleges, when it comes to infrastructure, it's bad and it's falling out. And some of our colleges do have a challenge when it comes to internet connection. As I'm speaking now, I was supposed to be presenting this at the college, but we currently in a challenge when it comes to come to the network. And the previous presenter mentioned something about the telecom under ICT, but when it comes to Fort Cox, we are left out there. So all the 10 colleges, they are under telco master plan. So it's one of those challenges. And when it comes to that, we believe we need to be part of this migration. As you drive to Fort Cox, there is a fiber being connected from East London to Alice, and it's running past Fort Cox, but we can't really benefit because that project is funded under Department of Higher Education, and we're under agriculture. So it's one of those challenges that we have. As you can see some of the challenges when it comes to transport and the limited access to bursary. So these are some of the challenges that we have. Can we move to the next slide, please? Okay, on this one, we believe that if we can move to the Department of Higher Education, we have benefits like access to the resources that currently we don't have. And when it comes to NFS, we don't have one since we are under the Department of Agriculture. So we believe some of the benefits, because currently the bursaries and the funding that we have, it's more only on the study side and the meal allowance. It doesn't really cater when you check the funding options they have, it doesn't really cater for a lifestyle. So comparing NSFAS and other, NSFAS do appreciate that there is a lifestyle or a certain things that a student do need, and they do provide that within their budget. So it's one of the challenges. And thank you. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, this one, as we mentioned that in 2012, it was announced that all agricultural schools, including the nursing one, should move to the Department of Higher Education. And ever since, on the ground, there's nothing have been implemented, maybe on paper or on boardroom. And we feel like we need a way forward. So this is our proposal as a student body. We feel that the first one, that migration of agricultural college should be effective as effected as a matter of urgency, as it is a long overdue. We also believe that Gerald have promised to finalize migration with no luck. We therefore request the committee to assist us in prioritizing the matter so that all the plans are implemented into students of all agricultural college. We also believe the committee should ensure
Is that my network?
To account about the progress to date, because it's been delayed, and I would believe someone needs to account in that point. We also believe it is our wish to see this migration happening on the next academic year, so that all the disadvantaged, all the students that are disadvantaged can have access to a quality education and also improve their well-being. And thank you for your time, Honorable Chairperson. That will be the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary General of ASATI. We did not receive an apology from your president,
Oh no, I apologize on that. He was expecting to present at 1 and sorry, at 10, and he is writing from 10:30. So I believe he's still at the exam room. I apologize for that. I should have apologized before I present. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, cool, no problem. And please do apologize to him, because we did change the agenda when the meeting started, and so we apologize about that. All right, so those are the presentations, members. I would at this point like to note hands that would like to make comments, ask questions, provide recommendations. All right, Honorable Mananiso. I'll start with you and take other members as we go. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson, and let me welcome all the reports from Department of Rural Development and Land Reform, and as well from ASATI and Department of Health. Chair, I would want to start by emphasizing what I said earlier on with regards to the issue of specific timeframes and the plan itself in terms of the work that has been done by entities. So I would want to suggest as well to the Department of Health and Rural Development to say they would need to give us the same in writing so that we are able to track progress till to date. And as well, the issue of DDMs, I think they must carry through as one of the things that needs to be part and parcel of the task team. In specific areas where they are working with different provinces, so that we don't leave anyone behind and everybody must do their part as they roll out the whole process. Chair, then my question for Department of Health is with regards to issues of those who are working as a community development workers who are caregivers generally. Do they have a program for them that can then bring them in the space of being part and parcel of those of a 4-year course? If they don't have, is there any plan in future that perhaps they would have some lower levels for those who are doing caregiving? And the other thing is with regards to issues of private colleges. I just want to check if there's standard MOU signed with those private colleges in terms of responsibilities of public and as well private sector relations. If they do have, can they share with us through writing in terms of those particular partnerships so that we are able to see who's doing what? And I think for both entities, one would want to advise that there's a strong need of them having a robust marketing and publicity strategy, because we all know what we are actually experiencing, more especially when we see Moja Love 157. You would find that every time agriculture department or institutions of higher learning that are having students who are doing agriculture development and training, being there in as if there's bogus trainings and so on. So I just want to check if they do have a marketing and publicity strategy. If they don't have, please, it is important that they have one so that they are able to bring everybody along and in line with what they are doing as the departments. Because most of people who are vulnerable and marginalized are actually victims of this particular bogus institution. And then, Chairperson, again, my question is with regards to the Department of Health, whether Chair will be responsible for quality assurance of nursing qualifications offered at the nursing colleges and the 29 private nursing institutions, and if so, whether additional funding will be allocated to the Chair to perform the additional function, given the budget allocated to the Chair is not sufficient. So that is my question with regards to Department of Health. And lastly, if the chair is not the quality assured, what are the arrangements regarding that? That is for Department of Education, Health, actually. And Chairperson, lastly, I think one would want to appreciate as well the presentation by ASATI. It's just a key principle. It's easy, simple, and very short, and people can be able to get sense in terms of getting to understand what is the demand of the student. And I want to just say to the Department of to DHET and the all partners who are working with this particular process, can they just give us a plan in terms of the mitigation of challenges that ASATI have presented to us in writing, if they do have as different entities, so that we can check how can they then forge an integrated program approach to ensure that they respond in fast-paced with issues that has been raised by ASATI. But lastly, Chair, on the issues raised by ASATI, because of one have noted the issue study, infrastructure, and so on. So I'm interested in terms of if they do have GBV cases by other students. If so, how many, and what is it that they could have done as a student with regards to that? Because I have an interest on the basis that there are challenges. If one would look them at the gender lens, you would be able to say that besides these issues, there could be some other social factors that may affect our student badly. So I want to check with regards to that. But that's it from my side, Chairperson. And thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable King.
Chairperson, so I'm just looking at the issue of the changes to the Higher Education Act, which is proposed in the draft policy on higher educational institutional types. So when we consider the whole presentation, it basically boils down to the fact that most of the implementations being currently undertaken is on an interim measure up until this policy has been discussed in the National Assembly and then also being promulgated by the President. This could be a long process, Chairperson, if we consider if that has to come into effect. And we note the collaboration between the various departments with the Department of Higher Education. But concern also needs to be raised in terms of the PFMF, in terms of how the funding will be handled by the various departments concerned. I heard the students talking about NSFAS. We also need to be mindful, will we then be able to cover higher educational colleges moving forward, considering the financial constraints and the sustainability of NSFAS to currently cover the current institutions of like universities and TVET colleges. So that to me raises a bit of a concern when we look at the migration that still needs to take place, especially with the agricultural department, Chairperson. So also with the infrastructure, normally we have norms and standards, and I would like to know in terms of the infrastructure after the migration eventually takes place, what then happens to the infrastructure? Will it automatically now fall under the domain of the Department of Higher Education, or will it still remain the competency of the Provincial Department of Agriculture to maintain? So those are pertinent issues that we need to consider moving forward in this regard. Concern is also raised that when centralization takes place of various institution, we see an erosion of the institution itself. And also talking from that perspective, Chair, how then should centralization take place, which I still do not agree with in its entirety, how will they then be collaborated? Because I saw there's a mention made of the Western Cape merging with Stellenbosch University or collaboration with Stellenbosch University. Is that then also going to be the case for other provinces? I'm specifically talking like Elita Nursing College in East London area. Would they then also be in collaboration with the university or for they to also offer nursing degrees in it currently? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable King. Those are then the two questions, or the questions from the two members. Let me hand over to colleagues for responses. So I'll start with colleagues from Department of Health, then we'll go to the colleagues from Agriculture.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members, for the questions that relates to the presentation that we made. The question which I have noted was the question that asked about the community development workers in relation to nursing training. And Chairperson, can I get guidance that I respond to each of the questions?
Yes, you may.
Thanks, Chair. In terms of development workers, there were quite a number that were appointed across the provinces at the peak of the COVID, and there are mechanisms in place in most provinces to prioritize them as they get funded and filled posts across the levels of functional areas where they have been functioning. In terms of them getting opportunities for continuing training and become a professional nurses, they are free like any citizen to apply for nursing in any of the colleges within their provinces, in line with the various programs that we have in the sector, ranging from higher certificate, which is a level 5, to a general nursing, which is a level 6, and all provided they meet the entry requirements that are stipulated primarily from DHET, which actually offers the National Higher Certificate, which gives an indication of the level in terms of post-school where any individual would enter. So on basis of that, they are able to apply. And if they do, I must say that as we are recruiting since 2020, recruiting for higher certificate and diplomas, there are people within the system who meet the criteria, and they are often prioritized in terms of recruitment and selection if they are already within the system on a different level of functioning. The second question was about MOUs that exist between private and public colleges, and if they exist, that if samples, specimens of those could be shared. Probably I would also be assisted by colleagues within the higher education sector, because the process for private colleges is slightly different from the process for public colleges. Private colleges first have to, I'm not sure of the sequence, they register with a Department of Higher Education. However, in terms of program accreditation, their program offering are still accredited by the Nursing Council, who is responsible for quality assurance of ensuring that the program leads to a professional qualification that leads to registration in any of the prescribed categories of nurses. So that's the role of the quality of nursing in terms of endorsing the programs that are offered both by private and public colleges, and it's common between the two. And the same for a council on higher education. They would do quality assurance in terms of academic integrity of the program that has been submitted by private colleges. The MOUs that we have in place, Honorable Chair, in view of the provisions of the transitional arrangements, we working together between the two quality council. They had to develop an MOU in terms of sequencing the accreditation process between the nursing council, who first need to assure that this program is required in terms of human resources for health, and therefore a CHE can then look at it in terms of academic integrity. That MOU is in place between the two quality council. The MOU, the second MOU that is in place is an MOU between private colleges that are placing their students for clinical training in public facilities within the provinces. And that MOU become an arrangement, an MOU between the school and the head of department in the province, who actually gives them permission, as it were, to place their students within the public health facilities. And that MOU is also provided as an integral part of assessment of their application for endorsement by the nursing council. So, Chair, in terms of the MOUs, those are the two MOUs that we have with the private sector, and I would be guided then if probably we need to provide specimen. If so, I can source one as a prototype from any of the provinces, and probably DHET can assist us to get this standing MOU which exists between a nursing council and the Council on Higher Education. Marketing and publicity strategy, Honorable Chairperson, it still remained recurrent a problem where we still see fake adverts for nursing career opportunities with promises of stipend that are not really official, but there are mechanisms in place in each of the colleges, provincial departments, and national department, and we had worked previously at the height of unregistered public college and private colleges. We had a working arrangement with a section in DHET that is responsible for private colleges, and there was a program then that was really run on annual basis, particularly towards the registration program. And I'm not sure whether they still do, but we used to benefit from that. But immediately when we see our communications pick from any social media, the false advert, it's immediately stamped and actually communicated throughout the platforms. And the quality assurance for nursing and CHE, I think probably it's related to what I've alluded to, Honorable Chairperson, that they have distinct but complementary role in terms of quality assurance of the program, with the nursing council making sure that it leads to registration in prescribed categories, scopes of practice, and then CHE look at academic integrity. And both CHE and nursing have an MOU to guide this process. And in addition, as part of our transitional arrangement, as we are phasing in this program, we have established an interdepartmental committee, which is technical heads between higher education, myself representing the department, and CHE and Nursing Council. We meet on quarterly basis to look at any of the teething problem that could be affecting the system that has been introduced in 2020. And the latest of this was actually the impasse that was the impasse between CHE and Council regarding articulation pathways, and through engagement of this structure, they were able to offer a joint communication which led to actually clarifying the process, and now we are able to enroll our nurses for postgraduate specialization program. The other one, I think those were the 4 questions, unless I've missed any, Honorable Chair, I would be guided. And the other question that related to nursing was from the Honorable Member that asked the second question about the relationship between Lilita and the local university, which would be NNMU or Walter Sisulu University. Honorable Chairperson, as I indicated, the nursing program and Lilita in particular, or all 9 colleges, since 1998, they have been offering programs under affiliation of their local universities. And that is an arrangement that came to an end in 2019. In 2019, when we then finalized preparation of an interim arrangement towards when the colleges were designated by higher education to directly offer this program independent of affiliation to colleges, as long as they are compliant with higher education prescript in terms of the quality assurance processes. Thank you, Chairperson. And I'll be guided if I've missed any question. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Can I see if there are any other colleagues that would like to add responses? DDG Gasa from DHET side, I don't know if you have anything to add.
I'm covered at this moment, Chair. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. I have been trying to reflect on why the Western Cape Agricultural College remained as provincial competence when we made the decision that all colleges should be of national competence. And then one would also want to find out if the conditions of service at the various colleges, the conditions of service of the employees at the various colleges would remain the same across all provinces. And then, do these colleges have asset registers that have been audited? And do the colleges own the facilities or the land that they are built on? Those are just the outstanding questions from my side. I hope I was clear. I also think, and colleagues have to some extent, spoken to this because our concern was that, whilst we are trying to ensure that there is migration of these colleges towards national competence, within DHET and fully supported by DHET, it would be important that we make sure that the cohort of students who are at the colleges at this point in time are catered for to the best of our ability. And so that was the one, concern that I had leading to this particular meeting. But colleagues have to some extent, spoken about interventions that are in place to try and support that. But let me hand back to you, Ms. Nonhlanhla, and then, yeah, we'll take it from there.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'm not sure, Honorable Chairperson, if there's any questions that I have not responded to. Or maybe.
Yeah, maybe I wasn't clear. I'm saying I would like to find, if you can clarify, if the colleges have asset registers that have been audited. And then if you can also clarify if all the colleges own the facilities or the land that they are built on. And then if you can also clarify if the conditions of service of the employees at all the colleges are the same across all the provinces.
Thank you for, thank you for the clarity. The colleges do have an infrastructure plan, and which include all the assets of the colleges, and it does get to be audited. Probably one would need to find the frequency in terms of how often is that done. And colleges in all 9 provinces, probably except for Northern Cape and Northwest and Free State, who had recently actually built colleges, fully fledged colleges, not proximal to any of the district hospital. Historically, the other provinces are actually continuing with nursing college structures that were built when colleges were the responsibility of the provincial Department of Health, and they fall in terms of the infrastructure plan of the National Department of Health, where there is a dedicated grant in terms of infrastructure maintenance plan, where colleges make their submissions on annual basis. And as a result, we had probably by July submitted our colleges have submitted to the provincial support team, which is at national office, which does provincial support across all infrastructure, including the infrastructure for the college, because mainly most of those colleges, in terms of location, they are proximal to a existing district hospital. And the conditions of service, they still remain in the payroll of the Provincial Department of Health, including payroll of the Provincial Department of Health, including everybody that works within the college is part of the Provincial Department of Health payroll, or all of them. However, colleges do have their own budget that comes through Treasury into each of the province that they utilize in terms of the running affairs of the college. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, colleagues, for those responses. I hope honorable members have been adequately responded to. And I hope the students have been brought into confidence that there is work being done in terms of the migration of the colleges. And there is collective concern in terms of ensuring that we conclude this work. Honorable Pillay, I see your mic is open. I don't know if you wanted to say something or if that's okay. All right. There's a hand that has gone up. Can I please note that hand? Mehlo Makhulu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good morning to you, to the honorable members of the committee, to colleagues that are in the meeting. I'm from the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. I thought I should just also respond to the two honorable members, Honorable King and Honorable Mananiso, on the areas they raised, and also welcome and appreciate the presentation as tabled by...
Can I understand? Sorry, I had asked earlier on if there are members colleagues, who would like to add. And I don't know if maybe I was not audible at that point in time. Because I think I had opened for more colleagues to respond.
I had my hand up, Chair, but you were to Nonhlanhla, and then I lowered my hand as she was responding on health part. So I thought after she finishes, we will then come in on side as agriculture.
Okay, that's fine. You may continue.
Apologies if coming at this stage is disorganizing your processes.
No, you may continue, Mr. Mehlemakulu.
No, thank you, Chair. I was saying we appreciate the ASATI presentation as tabled. We note the issues they raise about connectivity, and we will engage with the HODs and provinces to give that matter a priority through the conditional grants that we allocate to provinces to maintain and keep these colleges in an operational manner. We can all appreciate the complexities of not having connectivity while you are at an institution like those. So that point is taken and it should be looked into. Honorable King spoke about the policy approval process that could take longer. Whether are there any possible transitional arrangements that we can look into to deal with the matter of the transfer of these agri colleges? At our disposal, Chair, we received from the Chief State Law Advisor a legal opinion that indicated that that policy and the proclamation must be concluded before we could proceed with the matter. So based on that legal advice, that process has to see through its natural conclusion before we can move, and any other protocol agreement are not encouraged based on that legal opinion. Therefore, that will not assist us as an interim, Honorable King, to look into the matter. The Western Cape opting to be excluded in the process. This is their opinion during the consultation that the two ministers held with the MECs. That province opted to oppose the process. But again, the text received from the legal opinion begins to empower the national ministers to direct as such. So when the engagements proceed in that regard, that opinion will be brought into their attention so that we persuade and ultimately, hopefully, bring them on board so that there's uniformity across board, not just them opting to move in a certain direction. The timeframes as to when the policies will be concluded, that can be responded to by the head chair. I will not respond to that. And in terms of what's going to move forward, there was a question about infrastructure ownership and maintenance moving forward, also from Honorable King. And the work that we have done to date has some agreements and protocols in place. One, a delegation agreement, as the presentation was highlighting, between the two ministers in that regard, where ours will then receive the operational delegation together between the two DGs, and those then will empower our department to also look into the day-to-day operations, including maintenance and revitalization of the infrastructure on the colleges. I thought I should just respond to those, Chair. Again, apologies for the glitch on the process. Thanks very much for affording me the chance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mehlemakulu. Can I then also call in, there's one question that you referred to DHET. Can you just repeat it for us kindly, Mr. Mehlemakulu?
The timelines to conclude and secure approval of the policy, which currently now is holding back the finalization of the process, Chair.
So it's currently with DHET?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Mehlemakulu. Thank you, Dr. Makaya. I'm going to come back to you, Ms. Gasa, DDG Gasa, on this particular matter that is now lying within DHET. Can you give us an update on that? Or Ms.
Thank you very
much.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity to respond. I do not believe, Chair, that it is fully the matter, that it is solely with DHET, that the delay is fully up to us right now. I'm comfortable that we would be able to respond in writing within the next 7 days, Chair, where exactly we are at with this process.
Okay.
As would have been indicated upfront, the progress that is on the table dates far back, Chair. Recent strides have been made recently, as we would have updated you accordingly, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's fine. Didi Gasa, thank you. We will await the clarity on that particular matter within the next 7 working days, because colleagues, the conclusion of this work is really important. And, you know, one was just on the sidelines leading up to this engagement, discussing with Minister Didiza, and she was saying that, you know, this we've been working on this. We've been trying to migrate these colleges towards, you know, DHET national competence, and we need to get to a point where the work is then concluded, right? And because essentially, if you think about the previous presentation we had on the national plan for PSET, these institutions are direct beneficiaries of the success of a plan like that. And so coordination, you know, in cognizance of us trying to deal with the siloed approach at doing work as government, this is skills development, right? And so ultimately DHET has to be at the lead of it. Of course, that doesn't say that doesn't mean that other spheres of government can't also contribute to skills development. But we've identified that this is the best route for us to go in terms of these colleges. We've had societal pressure. Do you know how often one bumps into, you know, matured people who will tell you that it's important for us to resuscitate these colleges, to make sure that they are given the support that they need in order for them to assist us in relation to the skills that we need as a country. And so we need to conclude this work. And, you know, there needs to be deliberate effort and intentionality put towards ensuring that whatever timeframes we set, we meet those timeframes, and that we implement that of which we have committed to. And where there are bottlenecks, colleagues, we need to work around that. You know, we can't be red tape or, you know, hurdles to ourselves, because I don't know who else. It's just us. You know, there's no one else that we can shift blame to, or, you know, whatever it may be. But I'd also just like to go back to Mr. Mahlemakulu for a bit. I know we are behind schedule. It's now 11:58, and we are supposed to conclude our meeting at 1:30, if I'm not mistaken, and we still need to interact with the CGE. But I want to just ask Mr. Mahlemakulu the same questions I asked to Dr. Makaya in relation to an asset register, and if the colleges, agricultural colleges, have asset registers, and if the land that the colleges are currently existing on if the facility or the land is ours. Mr. Mahlemakulu.
Thank you, Chairperson, for inviting me back. During the preparation of this process, we established various subcommittees that looked at a number of issues like your human resource, your ICT, your assets, funds, and others. And your question around the assets, yes, the verification of the asset registers were done, and they were submitted because we're preparing for the process. So it exists, and of course, as we now reactivate the process, that again will be updated accordingly. But it is the land ownership varies from a college to a college. Some the land being owned by the province, some by the Department of Agriculture provincially. So there is no uniformity in terms of the land where these institutions are currently built. It differs from one to another. I think those are two questions you raised.
Thank you, DDG Mahlamakhulu. Thank you very much, colleagues. And just one, last recommendation is that it in our move towards this migration, colleagues have spoken about partnerships with universities. It's also important for us to look into partnerships with TVET colleges, because there's a lot of great work that our TVET colleges are doing in agriculture. I know for sure. I mean, I think of the Mbe TVET College in Limpopo, and their campus, their agriculture campus, is so advanced. And so that we in enriching the idea of one differentiated whole, it would be important for us to look at those particular collaborations and how we share resources amongst ourselves. I mean, even in the spirit of what the Department of Higher Education is trying to achieve through the precincts, right? The education precincts. We have one called the Imbali precinct in KZN, and we're trying to establish more in Limpopo. And so this type, when we then incorporate the agriculture and nursing colleges, let's not only look at partnerships or collaboration with universities, but also with our TVET colleges. So yeah, I think that's it for now from my side. And just to stress the fact that we need to move towards conclusion of the work that we're doing in this regard. I think the pressure that we are hearing from the students and from society should be sufficient to get us, intentional and deliberate about concluding the work we're doing here. Thank you so much to all colleagues from both the Department of Health, Dr. Makaya and team, DDG Mahlamakhulu and team. Thank you very much for availing yourselves. To the SG of ASATI, thank you so much as well for your commitment to this process and ensuring that the students at the various colleges their interests are well represented. So thank you very much, colleagues. You are free to go, but we will be continuing with the next presentation. Of course, colleagues from DHET will have to remain in the meeting. All right. We're now going to move towards the third item on our agenda, which is the Maputo Protocol. I just want to, I believe Ms. Tibela will be leading the delegation. Commissioner Tibela, just I think the CEO is here, or the acting CEO is here, Dr. Matotoka.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and honorable members. Chairperson, I am not alone indeed. I am with my commissioners. I'm not sure from protocol, Chairperson, perhaps maybe they should say something. I'm under your guidance on this one, Chairperson. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't know who's leading your delegation, so if you'd request the commissioners to start and then hand over to you, that is fine. It's 4 minutes past 12. Colleagues were afforded 30 minutes to make their presentation, and then we'll go into discussions. Oh, our meeting is scheduled to end at 2, so I believe we have sufficient time. So I would like to hand over to colleagues at the CGE to then take us through the Maputo Protocol.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. I am Commissioner Dibela Mutupi, leading the delegation of the CGE. Thanks for inviting us to present on the work we are doing as the Commission in relation to the Maputo Protocol, the instrument which seeks to protect the women's rights, and which South Africa is obliged to observe its implementation in the country because South Africa has signed and ratified it. I am here with the acting CEO, Dr. Matotoka, the CFO, Dr. Ngwenya, and I have as well Commissioner Oharango Madiseko, Commissioner Tando Gumede, Commissioner Van der Merwe. Our chairperson and the deputy have tendered their apology because they had to visit Commissioner Octavian Ubatla's family, a commissioner who had just passed on Monday this week, and may her soul rest in peace. And as a result, they could not be in this meeting because they had to go and meet with her family. And Commissioner Prabashini Naidu has tendered her apology as well because she is on oversight visits to correctional services centers in the KwaZulu-Natal province. And with your permission, Chair, I would hand over to the acting CEO to make the presentation on behalf of the Commission. And once more, thanks for allowing us to share our work with you on monitoring international and regional instruments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Motupi. Acting CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just wanted to check if my screen is visible.
Yes, if you could just put your slide in presentation mode, then we're fine.
All right, let's see. Is it better, Chairperson?
It's actually gone now.
Oh. I'm struggling with my gadgets, Chairperson. Is it possible to get assistance from somebody that side, if it's permitted?
Okay. Anile, are we able to assist? Or Shanaz? I don't know who's available. Please confirm if you're able to assist.
Yeah, I'm just checking if it's on a share screen here.
Okay. If we could just be a little bit patient as colleagues try to share the presentation.
Amparo is sharing.
May I proceed, Chairperson? I don't see the screen on my side, but I can proceed with your guidance.
Maybe let's proceed because members do have the presentations with them. So let's proceed, and then can colleagues from the committee, okay, there we go. All right, we're good to go. You can continue, CEO.
All right. Thank you, Chairperson, and we just really want to thank the opportunity to the committee for providing us the opportunity to present the activity report on the Maputo Protocol 2023, which is one of the projects that we've just completed under the financial year 2022-2023. Now, the purpose, Chairperson, maybe just giving a presentation outline, I'll give a background, and the methodology and the data collection and the findings and conclusions made by the CGE regarding this report. Now, Chairperson, it is common cause that the CGE is working a lot in terms of international instruments, and we assess to extent which we are compliant with some of the regional instruments that we have ratified as a country. And one of those is the Maputo Protocol that the South Africa is a signatory to and has ratified accordingly. Now, in 2019, the CGE released its first alternative report on monitoring South Africa's compliance with the implementation of the Maputo Protocol. So the Maputo Protocol, Chairperson, it's dating back to the Organization of African Union in 1961 in Lagos, wherein at the time countries advocated against colonialism and apartheid and instead and strive for independency. Now, there are a number of rights that have been outlined in the Maputo Protocol. Now, as the CGE, we wanted to assess the extent which the country has put in progressive measures to comply with some of these rights that have been outlined within the Maputo Protocol. And then the approach that we've used under this study, Chairperson, was actually to engage our own internal departments, because we have the legal department as the commission that is tasked with conducting investigations on gender-related matters. We have the public education and information department that conducts awareness, largely with communities and key stakeholders to foster the understanding of gender equality in society. And again, we have a research department that compiled actually this report, which conducts research and makes recommendations on a number of issues that they unearthed during their research work as well. We also have a public liaison unit that we use to make inputs into a number of legislation that are put forward by the country. We look at to the extent which some of this legislation are gender blind, and we make those implications accordingly. Now, as the commission, we then looked at the various programs within the organization from each unit. And then we consulted the provincial managers, because each province has a provincial manager. We engaged our education officers and our legal officers to understand the issues that they unearth on the ground that speaks to the number of rights that have been outlined within the Maputo Protocol. And we wanted to ascertain those fundamental issues that really warrants us to give more attention as a country. Now, the first one, Chairperson, was the elimination on discrimination, which was largely Article 2. The elimination of discrimination, as you know, Chairperson, it's about eliminating discriminatory practices against persons either on the basis of their race and the basis of their gender or sex or sexual orientation. Now, the study was conducted between 2021 and 2021-2022 financial year. And you would note that under the financial 2020 and 2021, we were still in lockdown. So under elimination of discriminatory practices, the CG was able to unearth that the lockdown regulations unintentionally so led to other discriminatory practices, wherein, for example, we observed as the CGE that pregnant women and parents were not able to purchase, for example, baby clothes and other essential supplies during that period because they were not deemed as essential services at that point. So our provincial office, when we have engaged, they were able to intervene accordingly. I know that there are a number of stores that we have written to, but also the council itself, we have written consensus, the CGE, to say that to deny pregnant women of baby clothes, it's a discriminatory practice which the regulations at the time, we have requested that they should be relaxed to really accommodate that. We have also seen, for example, issues around sexual and reproductive rights where were an issue at that point under elimination of discriminatory practices. Those women who wanted, for example, termination of pregnancy, it was not easy to access those services at that point. Issues around condoms as well, Chairperson, it was not easy to purchase at that point, which to the CGE speaks to the sexual and reproductive rights. And if they were not addressed, to our view was that therefore we were now unintentionally perpetuating discrimination of women or persons on the basis of their sex or sexual orientation. So from that angle, we then also hold outreach programs through our public and education information, wherein we go to a variety of communities to advocate and share with the broader community in society around discriminatory practices and the measures that are required to address those, and the channels within which the communities can approach the CGE or relevant institutions to address and raise those issues of discrimination. So we continue to conduct awareness programs through our education department. We do this at a community level, at community radio stations as well, in languages that communities can understand, because we really want to make sure that access to justice and understanding of gender equality is really realized in that regard. Now, as part of really ensuring that elimination of discrimination is achieved, we have made a number of submissions to Parliament, pardon me, when a number of bills were made available to the public to comment. So under the financial year 2020-2021, we made about 22 legal submissions, and under 2021-2022, we made about 12 submissions. And the slide 9 that is reflecting there, broadly, Chairperson, speaks about the list of those submissions that we made under 2020-2021 financial year. You will have observed, for example, there's a submission number 20 that speaks about the Compensation for Occupational and Injuries Diseases Act. This was a bill. This bill came about one of the matters that the CGE challenged before the Constitutional Court regarding the exclusion of domestic workers under the said legislation. So we were able to participate in that matter, and because we found that the legislation, as it were, unfairly discriminated against domestic workers, which in the main we know that they are the majority in this sector in South Africa. So we were able to now, because the court directed us the country to look at the revising or amending the legislation. This is some of the work that we're able to do just to eliminate the discriminatory practices which form part of Article 2 of the Maputo Protocol. And you'll also observe, Chairperson, for example, when you look at submission number 19, which talks about Employment Equity Amendment Bill, which in this instance, we were able to make inputs around the sectorial targets. That is a mechanism that aims to foster transformation in the public and particularly in the private sector, wherein we know and observed that there is a poor representation of disadvantaged groups at that level. Now, we made those submissions, Chairperson, because we saw in our view that the provisions unfairly discriminated against certain race groups or certain genders within the workplace. So in compliance with Article 2, this is what we're able to do in as far as the Maputo Protocol, as the CG and across all provinces. So the rest, Chairperson, is just some of those bills that we're able to make. And similarly, under 2021-2022, you'll note that we, as I've indicated, we've made about 12 submissions to Parliament around a number of issues, from the Criminal Law, Forensic and Procedures Amendment Bill. One of the things that we've argued there, Chairperson, is that as we try to fight the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide in the country, one of our contentions as the CG is that we are not able to achieve it until the issue relating to DNA is resolved in the country, because we know that this is one of the things that hinder access to justice and finalization of matters before courts and other appropriate forums. So these were some of the submissions that we made before Parliament regarding that bill as well. And as it is, if we look at the bill number 8, for example, around railway safety, one of our arguments was around the safety of women and persons with disabilities in railway stations. It appears in our view in terms of that submission, Chairperson, that there were no safety mechanisms, and we felt that that is an area that the bill should focus on as well, to make sure that there's no violation or unintended discrimination of persons with disabilities or women to a large extent within the railway section. So broadly, Chairperson, these are some of the bills that we're aiming to achieve gender transformation and the elimination of unfair discrimination as per Article 2 of the Maputo Protocol. Now, in terms of awareness, Chairperson, during the reporting periods, our public education department in KZN partnered with the CCMA, partnered also with the Department of Employment and Labor to conduct workshops on the Code of Good Practice on the handling of sexual harassment cases in the workplace and in compliance with the Employment Equity Act. This was done, Chairperson, because our view as the CGE is that the sexual harassment is one of the barriers for transformation or the achievement of transformation in the workplace. It is applicable whether we're looking at the private sector or we're looking at more particularly home now institutions of higher learning. We do know that issues of sex for marks is one of the challenges that we continue to observe within institutions of higher learning. So through our various public and education programs, particularly in KZN, under the reporting period, we were able to partner with those stakeholders. But this is not limited to that, because in different provinces as well, we were able to engage with different platforms to make sure that we foster the message in different universities and in private sector as well, and the public sector. Now, in as far as access to justice, Chairperson, as one of the Article 8 of the Maputo Protocol, again, Chairperson, here we ran a number of outreach programs because we really do believe that you need to empower and educate the communities around discriminatory practices and the rise to access justice in the country. So through our legal and public education department, we collaborated and we held various outreach programs. And it's quite interesting, Chairperson, the kind of understanding that you find on the ground in as far as access to justice. The viewpoint is that justice is not blind. It serves others to the exclusion of other persons as well. Legitimate concerns, Chairperson, that we have observed as the CGE, but then it also talks about some of the challenges that we have observed within the justice system itself. For example, when we talk about gender-based violence and femicide, we know that at the pre-trial stage, one of the challenges is that the survivors or the complainants do not receive timeous information regarding their matters before the justice system. Often, as it often knows, they get to understand that the perpetrators are released on bail. In some instances, the investigating officers don't even verify the addresses of the perpetrators. So once they are granted on bail, they are nowhere to be found. So those are the things that we have seen that they undermine the right to access to justice. But most importantly, also the delay to finalize cases that are this sensitive before the justice system. It cannot be ignored. It's a reality within the country, and in our view, it undermines the right to access justice. In the following, Chairperson, firstly, the survivors or the victims in that regard, they are not able to get closure in time. At times when the matter takes longer, the survivors don't even remember from toe to toe, the issues that they have raised in their statements with the investigating officers, which essentially means that then the prospects of such an complainant being a witness and remembering everything are very slim in some instances. And this is where the defense attorneys, as we have seen, they capitalize on that. And at the end of the day, you get a discharge in terms of Section 174 of the Criminal Procedure Act. So, but because the fundamental issues that the matters take longer in the justice system to be finalized. And in our view, that undermines access to justice in the country. But we've also noted the role of the legal aid, the law clinics that are there in different universities that have been established to really roll out different programs on educating communities to know the processes around bail, what is bail, under what circumstances can bail be granted, because that understanding also minimizes the challenges that we see on a day-to-day basis when engaging. One of the things that come out of Article 9 of the Maputo Protocol, Chairperson, is around political participation and decision-making. And what we see there is that there has been an increase of women ministers, for example, in the country, from 40% in 2014 cabinet to 50% in 2019 cabinet. But the issues around gender parity was only achieved by the post-2019 election by cabinet. The number of women deputy ministers fluctuated over the years, dropping from 50% in 2004 to 39% in 2009, and then up to 47% in 2014, and again 50% in 2019. Our argument in submission, Chairperson, and as required by Maputo Protocol, is that there must be that intentional commitment also from the political parties to ensure that there is gender parity achieved in different levels of the political parties. But we've also noted that most of the election manifestos of the political parties, they really don't hammer much on the achievement of gender equality, and this does not even form part of the policies. Only a few of these parties have policies, and where they have policies, they have actually moved in a snail pace to really ensure that women are equitably represented also in decision-making positions within the political era, or other positions. And this is as per Article 9 of the Maputo Protocol. Now, in as far as education, perhaps more relevant to yourself, Chairperson and honorable members, the Article 12 talks about education. And as the CGE, we have conducted what we call transformation hearings that involved institutions of higher learning. I can also report that these investigations up to date, they are continuing. I know that 2 months back, we had some of the universities that appear before us, but under the reporting period, we engaged with the University of Mpumalanga, the Nelson Mandela University, Sol Plaatje University, University of Johannesburg, University of the Free State, Stellenbosch University, as well as the University of Zululand. Now, one of the things that came out clear from these transformation hearings, Chairperson, is that first and foremost, sexual harassment is not really a priority to institutions of higher learning, in the sense that there are minimal workshops, firstly, that are embarked upon by institutions of higher learning. The developments of policies, it appears that it's a cut and paste. I think somebody just shared a policy, and those that are supposed to be policy drafters, they just cut and paste without really looking at the unique circumstances or dynamics of every institution. So we raise concerns around a number of policies that do not aim to foster the understanding of sexual harassment at institutions of higher learning. But in addition to that, the upward mobility of women and persons with disabilities in decision-making positions within institutions of higher learning remains a concern. The representation of professors of different levels, particularly for women, it is also something that we've unearthed with these institutions that are the engagement took place with the CGE. And we've done our inspection in locus, wherein we visited some of these institutions. And when you engage your student population, they have no idea if they have a grievance where to start. And this is quite concerning, because this is a place for education and it should not be a crime scene. And we've seen as of late some of the issues that are happening in institutions of higher learning, the extent which gross human violation is happening at university premises. It's a call for concern, and we've been saying to these institutions, there needs to be a coordinated process between the universities and law enforcement officers, as well as the landlords for those students who reside outside the universities, because on their way to outside the universities, some of them, this is where they encounter challenges. But what we appreciated the most from the universities is that there was commitment to really implement the array of recommendations that we've put forward as the institution. But as the CG, we say, whilst we appreciate that, we need to move with a faster pace, because you know, the issues of gender equality and safety in situations of violence, it doesn't need commitment, they need action. And we've saying to the universities, we need more action, because we need to ensure that nobody is attending classes or going to their residences with fear that they may be violated in one way or another. So that is an issue that continues to frustrate us as the CGE, especially where you see that it's treated as if it's a minor issue. Our view is that it borders on the right to dignity, which is a constitutional right. It talks about the right to life as well, which is guaranteed within the Constitution. So when you don't put those protective measures in place, it's quite concerning for us as the CGE. And perhaps then, Chairperson, it leads me to the next article that talks about the protection of women from violence. And this talks about the safety mechanisms that are there, both in the workplace, but in society broadly. We expect more from the private sector. We expect more from the public sector as well, because their policies should talk to the kind of challenges that society faces, because universities and places of work are not unique places. These are not islands. The persons who work there, they come from societies that we know they are quite problematic when it comes to dealing with gender-based violence and femicide. So we are saying that the policies must therefore align themselves with these realities and put the necessary mechanisms in place to really make sure that women are protected in as far as the Article 3 and 4 is concerned of Maputo Protocol. But even outside the workplace, then there's a broader societal role to play, because we have seen where in some instances where children are being violated, that they instead of this matter has been reported to the relevant law enforcement officers, families tend to negotiate, some of these atrocities that will have been happening between a child and perhaps an older person. More particularly here, Chairperson, I'm talking about rape matters and sexual assaults. Very often we see matters being reported, especially in deep rural areas, because that's where now access to justice is not fully realized, and it's a problem. So these are the challenges that we have, but we continue to encourage through our outreach programs that such matters should be reported, because justice is blind in South Africa. And as the CGE, we remain that watchdog to really assist in monitoring some of these cases before courts. In terms of our monitoring, to really ensure this protection of women, we attend courts, Chairperson and honorable members, to really observe the criminal proceedings from inception up until conclusion. And at times we do find that we have to intervene and engage our colleagues, whether it's the NPA, to raise concerns. Maybe the charge sheet does not reflect all the relevant charges that we believe should be included there. Where there is gender-sensitive language that is said before court, we raise it accordingly within the relevant channels with the offices concerned. So these are the things that we observe, because we really want to make sure that the right to fair trial is properly adhered to by the courts, but at the same time, the gender sensitivity throughout the criminal processes ought to be respected, and because why we do that, Chairperson, cross-examining, for example, a victim who is deeply cultural and respectful to the elders, we note often they don't even look directly to the defense attorneys, and at times when they look down, it's as if they are perceived as if not being truthful regarding some of the issues that they will be canvassed before court. So we are saying that we need to look at cultural backgrounds, the gender aspect, so that we can get the best out of the issues that we want to canvass. And that leads me to the next item, Chairperson, that deals with practices that are harmful to women, including female genital mutilation. We have conducted various awareness sessions, creating dialogues with various community members around female genital mutilation, child marriages, forced marriages, and virginity testing. Because these are societal challenges that we cannot run away from, but they are happening to a larger extent. It degrades and undermines women. And you cannot use culture as a ground to discriminate unfairly against women. And this is what we see normally under forced marriages, wherein that the families, they do sit down with the groom, who often is an elderly person, to try to conclude some of these marriages without having to consider that the recognition, for example, of Customary Marriages Act stipulates processes that must be followed if you want to enter into a marriage to a person that is younger than the age of 18. Those provisions are not considered, they're not adhered to, and it's something that is dealt with at the community level. And our argument around that is that you deny the child of the right to education, which is quite one of the most fundamental rights in the Constitution, but that their dignity and their freedom is also infringed in that regard. So we continue to see the Limpopo area, in the KZN areas, and the Eastern Cape, some of these matters that keep emerging in different forms. And it remains problematic, but the fundamental issue that is common across is that children are involved and their rights are therefore infringed accordingly. And that is an issue that we continue to see. And as far as this issue is concerned further, is that we then engage with the law enforcement agencies, and we see that sometimes not all charges are added in the charge sheets. You will find that when it involves child marriages or forced marriages, which are often under this disguise of Ukutwala, they will only write kidnapping as a charge there, but issues relating to a charge around abduction is not even included there. So as the CGE, we engage in that level to really make sure that those practices that are harmful to women really do find themselves in the proper channels within the justice system. But even at that level, we say that they must be handled accordingly with the sensitivity that they deserve. Now, as I've indicated, we note that one of the contributing factors around these practices towards women is the patriarchal attitudes and the stereotype views that exist towards certain genders, particularly female in this regard, that contributes monumentally to the cases that we see before the CGE and those that we continue to monitor before the justice cluster. We also note that domestic violence is an issue that continues to be there. We have in fact made a contribution as the CGE to the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill, wherein, Chairperson, we have raised a concern around the lack of expediency from the law enforcement agency to issue protection orders, especially during weekends or during odd hours. You know, sometimes some of the cases we handle, we take cognizance of some of the submissions wherein it stated that if an incident happens on Friday, some of the enforcement agencies are not available. They can only attend to you on Monday. You know, so we've made that submission in as far as harmful practices towards women. Now, some of the findings around the support to victims of violence, including healthcare services and psychological counseling. We've submitted a report to the United Nations Special Rapporteur on violence against women titled Obstetric Violence in South Africa, Violence Against Women in Reproductive Health and Childcare. And the CGE undertook, again, investigations around coerced and forced sterilization. This might be one of those that I want to believe the Honorable Chairperson and members may be privy to, an investigation where there were allegations of coerced or forced sterilization that undermined the right to sexual and reproductive health care rights. We concluded that investigation and we continue to engage with the department so that the necessary redress can be done. Now, in as far as the rights to relating to marriage, which is the Article 6 to 7 of the Maputo Protocol, our evidence shows that unmarried and divorced women and widows are often denied land and ownership access in some parts of KZN, Limpopo, Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga, and Northwest. and some women are denied some municipality certificates for water and electricity. This is predominantly happening in rural areas. There was actually a specific matter here where we know that the traditional leader indicated that as long as there is no man owning that particular stand, or the woman is not having a man, they are not going to allow her, to own stand. And I remember a specific one wherein the woman said, we had bought this stand together, but because I've started to endure domestic violence and abuse in my home, I've requested him to move. I've sought a protection order, but the moment she sought a protection order, the traditional leader said that we also don't want you here because we don't want a stand that is only owned by women. This is an issue that I remember it happened particularly within Limpopo, and we've addressed it and referred it to the House of Traditional Leadership in the province and the Premier's office for also intervention. In as far as the economic, social and cultural...
CEO, if we can try and wrap up because we've now passed our 30 minutes.
Yes. Thank you, Chairperson. I'll be quick to just talk about this one. Again, on economic, social, and cultural rights. Again, the fundamental thing to say there is about educational programs that we've had there. In the Northern Cape, we held various seminars there. And also the right to peace, we can link this one to justice, which we continue to observe as the CGE, both from the legal and the research point of view. The rights of protected for women's group, Chairperson, the target group here is elderly women, women with disabilities, and women in distress. Again, we provide the necessary awareness around that, but where there's discriminatory practices, we conclude that we can take some of this matter to the Equality Courts to assist. Therefore, in conclusion, the activity report demonstrates various pieces of work done towards the realization of the objectives of the Maputo Protocol. The national and the provincial CG offices contributed to ensure compliance by the duty bearers across various government departments and sectors on the promotion of gender transformation in the country. The findings reveal that there have been strengthened partnerships and collaborations with diverse key stakeholders at various levels of government. I thank you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matotoka. And thank you very much to Memo Tupi. I don't know if there's anything else, Mayor, that you would like to add before I hand over to members.
Nothing on my side, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, colleagues. We must appreciate the work that the CGE does. We've been interacting with the CGE a lot as a portfolio committee because of the challenges that we face in the higher education sector relating to gender, and also our intentionality in using microcosms of society, such as institutions of higher learning, to address societal challenges or societal collisions like gender-based violence, like sexism, and so forth. And so it's important that as a microcosm of society, our institutions of higher learning exude a culture of non-sexism, become safe spaces, and shape then what communities do. And so that is why this committee has been committed to interacting with the CGE, and we acknowledge the investigations that you have done, which are of course aligned to the Maputo Protocol. And we acknowledge the fact that it's not only in legislation that you may implement the Maputo Protocol, but it's also in the oversight work that you do, that you then also implement the Maputo Protocol. Because when you go to our institutions and do oversight, well, you do investigations. It is oversight. It gives you go there on our behalf as well as Parliament, as part of enriching the accountability ecosystem and saying, okay, this is what we are finding to be a challenge here. You report it to the portfolio committee, and that enriches our ability also to hold the sector to account in terms of gender transformation, intersectionality, inclusivity, gender-based violence, and so forth. I mean, even from an infrastructure perspective, your your submissions become crucial, because then we're able to look into whether or not the security infrastructure at these institutions is sufficient, right? Some institutions will say there's a panic button at every corner. Then your report comes back and says those panic buttons are not operating. Some institutions will say they have policies, and your reports will come back and say those policies are outdated, right? And the committee, for example, has also embarked on a commission of inquiry on Professor Mbati and related matters and what had happened at the University of Venda. And many people thought that was a personal attack on Professor Mbati, and it wasn't. It was bigger than him. It was about ensuring that what seems to have occurred at the University of Venda, where there were, many injustices towards a woman who was in fact a senior, doesn't occur at any other institution. So it is beyond the University of Venda, it's beyond Professor Mbati, it's beyond, it is about ensuring that our institutions are safe spaces for all. It's about ensuring that the inability for us to follow disciplinary processes is addressed. So there must be proper systems in place to say, when there is a case of this nature, how do we address it? Are relations of this nature acceptable? What happens when an entire vice chancellor commits such a crime? What do we do about it? Or is alleged to have committed such a crime? What do we do about it? How do we address it? What becomes the role of council in all of this? What becomes the role of the Department of Higher Education in all of this? What is the relationship between our institutions and law enforcement? Is SAPS assisting us in addressing some of these challenges in our institutions of higher learning? That is what the work of the CGE, together with the work of the committee in following gender-related issues in the sector, ought to address. So we acknowledge as well, Acting CEO, some of the remarks you made about policies that aren't in place, sexual harassment policies. How do you open a case within an institution? What happens? There is a case before us as a committee and even the department of a citizen who is raising a concern about a lecturer who is alleged to have harassed a student, and the college is saying there's no case. There's no case in terms of the police case. There's he's not been found guilty by the police. So what then does the college do when this guy has not been found guilty by the courts? So what does the college then do in that regard? And this concerned citizen is saying, well, this young lady is saying that this lecturer has harassed her. So, those type of challenges continue to exist in our institutions and aren't being resolved, and are creating, great anxieties for our students, our girl students, and are making it difficult for everyone to freely exist with it and comfortably exist within the space. And so we are aware of those challenges, and we know that the Department of Higher Education and Training last year in particular, if I'm not mistaken, had its industry partnership summit where it discussed some of these matters. And, we said, look, there are many recommendations that have come from the CGE towards TVET colleges, towards the department, and they need to be followed through. And so I think at some point we will also have to get a report from the department on how far are we with some of the recommendations that have been put forth by the CGE and the committee in relation to policies that aren't in place at various colleges, the renewal of policies at various colleges, the capacity to implement them, the challenges around gender officers and units, and so forth. So we would have to, at a later stage as a committee, bring back the department and say, where are we? We had also called for strengthened relations between the CGE and DHET, because the last time they came to present to us, DHET didn't know that the CGE is doing certain things in the space, and there are certain matters where DHET felt it could have supported CGE. And so we said, look, you need to be able to better collaborate as DHET and the CGE. And so, and we know recently that the Department of Higher Education and Training has launched Transforming Mentalities program. We know that it has put together a civic education program. Those are spaces where the CGE could also have a voice in saying, maybe if you were to include this and this in those programs, it will make it more impactful. It will address some of the issues that we have identified as the CGE. So those are just my remarks, colleagues and honorable members, and I really apologize for taking long. I would like to note hands from members who would like to make any comments or questions, and also to say we note that the CGE does not have sufficient funding to do the work that it needs to do for the entire country, and collaboration will then therefore be important. I mean, last week we got a briefing from the Department of Science and Innovation. The HSRC did an investigation on gender-based violence, is doing a survey on gender-based violence and health-related matters. And I believe that such research, should be mainstreamed in the work that the CGE will also be doing. Because we're not trying to duplicate as a government. So if we're all doing research that speaks to a common goal, we need to be able to share that work. We need to be able to discuss that work. We need to understand from the work the CGE is doing, what do we take? From the work that HSRC is doing, what do we take? And combine all of that work so that, we're not wasting energy and time and resources. We are actually out of time when it comes to the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide, when it comes to sexism and misogyny in our society. And so we need to be deliberate. Just the other day we were at UCT. Kubi at UCT. Sexism and racial microaggression reeks at the University of Cape Town. It's structural, and because they perform so well, then we sort of turn a blind eye. But we need to appreciate institutions of higher learning in their entirety. There must be safe spaces. You can't only produce, the greatest research and so forth when not everybody in the space feels safe and welcomed. And we need to be intentional about that particular inclusion. So the work of the CGE is very important in our sector, and it will be important for DHET to remain in constant engagement with the CGE. I see Honorable Mananiso's hand is up and Honorable Pilay's hand is up. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by welcoming the presentation, and I think Chairperson one would want to acknowledge the energy of Dr. Matotoka. And I want just to say, I wish everybody would have the same energy in terms of addressing the gender agenda problem, more especially in Chapter 9 institutions. Chair, I think on other issues you partly covered me, but I have a few questions. One, I want to check with Dr. Matutuka. When did they last engage the political parties in terms of gender mainstreaming issues? And if they haven't, I think it's about time that they start doing that, because I think if you can check the slide that they reported on in terms of their findings on political participation and decision making, if you can break that slide in terms of political parties, surely most will be embarrassed in terms of how they are doing. And I want to check if they have engaged the political parties with regards to those issues. And the other thing that I think one feels that the CGE is not doing well in terms of covering the length and breadth of South Africa is this fact that their offices, they are not decentralized into to them to say that they need to check what are the visibilities of working with district municipalities, more especially on issues of DDM, to ensure that they bring these services down to our levels. Because indeed, they are doing what they are saying that they are doing in terms of working on advocacy and the social justice and so on. But I don't think they are doing enough as we would want to see them working. And on the issue, cut and paste policies in different institutions, I cannot agree more with him. And what is the consequence with those that they find that they are defaulting or they are doing cut and paste or on policies? And if not, I think that they are failing students and ourselves as the country in terms of ensuring that we move fast in terms of transformational agenda. And he mentioned that they normally attend to courts in terms of other cases. I want to check, how do they select in terms of which case do they attend to? Because I've participated in most of GBVF cases and I've never had about any presence of the Chapter 9 institution, in particular the CGE. So I want to check how do they participate or get to that level of attending those particular cases. He has presented to us in terms of institutions where they conducted an investigation hearing on transformation. How did they select these 7 institutions? And are they going to make sure that they involved other institutions? Because as he said, we can tell that this sketch of gender-based violence and femicide is actually getting out of hand in terms of dealing with it. And the other issue, Chair, is with regards to the advocacy and lobbying, more especially in marginalized and vulnerable groups. How far did they go in terms of teaching the communities about these new 3 bills that we have just passed as Parliament with regards to sexual harassment, criminal law, and domestic violence? Because I think they are best suited to actually teach everybody about this particular bills. So I just want to check, how far has they done the work in terms of teaching our people about this particular bills that have been passed? And lastly, Chairperson, on the issue of the DNA delays and stuff, I think I can concur with him to say that this actually delays the justice system in terms of doing their work and being responsive. But what is it that the organization CGE has made to make sure that people get to understand that they are not just there as Chapter 9 to say, do this, why are you not doing that? But they are just making sure that this accountability, it has consequences. How far did they engage with the departments that are involved in terms of ensuring that they fast track the DNA process? Because we know there's a serious backlog, and that serious backlog actually shows that it impacts as if there's nothing that is being done in terms of responding to issues of gender-based violence and femicide. And lastly, Chairperson, I know that the CGE have I think partnership with Dumisa TV, because I normally see a program of Dumisa having them, engaging them in terms of justice issues. However, I think most of the work that is being done by Mojalaf, I'm not advocating for Channel 157, but it's one of the channels that I'm watching on the basis that they are dealing mostly with social issues, that I feel that these issues, they can be swiftly done by a Chapter 9 institution. I want to check, how is their relationship with Mojalaf? And if not, if they don't have any relationship, I would want to say to them, it's about the time that they forge a relation with that particular channel, because the work that they are doing is the work that's supposed to be actually championed by CGE. And I've noted on their presentation that they speak about a variety of stakeholders. And I want to check if they do have a strategic document that speaks about public-private partnership in terms of issues of social justice. That's it from myself, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable Pillay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Chair, we must admit that gender-based violence is indeed a scourge that is affecting all South Africans, and that sometimes it seems like we're not doing enough. And we ask the question, when will it be that we've done enough? And I think we can do far more. There's a few things that I think we should be able to implement. One is just to check, is there a link or partnership with existing Tutuzela centers and victim-friendly rooms at police stations, which all police stations have? And perhaps a suggestion can be for the setting up of victim-friendly rooms within institutions, so that one does not have to travel far when an incident occurs, that one can then be able to be assisted. And again, you then partner and network with all the relevant law enforcement and relevant services so that you're able to get assistance. We often find that victims end up with secondary abuse because when they go to report such incidents, you find that they are victimized, and it then leads to secondary abuse. And then the other one is, what is the role of SRCs and student movements in terms of their participation and support, or even programs and assistance on these challenges that we face on
Thank you very much, Honorable Pillay. Honorable King.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, also coming to the UCT matter and how the of bullying, alleged bullying, and the mental anguish that was reported on in the Ombudsman report. I just wanted to find out, is the CGE or has the CGE ever looked at how Ombudsman can actually also be roped in terms of gender-based violence reporting, but also in terms of counseling, referral of counseling to higher health? What role could an Ombudsman actually play in that regard, Chairperson? That's all I wanted to find out. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable King. Colleagues, those are in the comments by and large, and a few questions from members. I'll now hand over to Memo Tupi and to the doctor.
Thanks, Chairperson and honorable members. Dr. Matutoka would respond to the questions that had been raised by honorable members. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Commissioner and Chairperson. I'll just go straight to the first questions from the first honorable member. The question was, when last did we engage the political parties around this issue? Chairperson, we had two political engagements with the political parties. It was a policy dialogue in January, as well as this past January, and also in December, around the issue of gender parity within the political parties. So that's the last time we had, but we also intend also to continue to have this round table discussions to really, Chairperson, ensure that the issue is not a ticking box exercise, but really there is that intentional commitment to have women also taking key roles in political parties. So that is my answer as far as that is concerned. Those that appeared, Chairperson, have demonstrated, again, that commitment. But as we said, We've spoken about commitment. We just need a little bit more of action at this point. Now, I share the sentiments that our offices are not localized. We agree fully on that one. And it's one of our wishes that we would able to expand in one of the good days should we be graced with proper funding, Chairperson, because we feel the same way that we are not able to reach all the corners of society. And where we are not able to reach all the corners of society, and that is where greater human violation is happening. But in the interim, what we're relying on with our provincial managers is to have stakeholder relations, our NGOs, broadly civil society, where we have strengthened relationships, where we find issues even in areas that we're not able to reach as the CGE, they are able to bring the issues to the forefront as the main persons within the provinces. So our provincial managers are the champions of that process, but we would wish, of course, to find ourselves in district municipalities so that we can hear issues properly. Speaking of which, in one municipality when we went there, we have learned that women were still barred from wearing trousers when they come to work. So it tells us there's still a lot of things that we need to do. But our stakeholder relations led by provincial managers is assisting a lot in that. Now, in as far as the courts are concerned, there's a question in terms of how do we select these courts. Chairperson, even in this current financial year, we have a program that is basically focusing on sexual offences courts. You would recall that these courts were established to fast track issues, or rather matters relating to gender-based violence. We chose these courts particularly because we wanted to test how effective are these courts. So our focus now is on sexual offences courts. Our commissioners and staff in different provinces are going to various courts. And we are in this, the selection is informed by a variety of issues. Apart from being a sexual offences court, there are cases or that have been reported regarding ill treatment from such courts by complainants. Then we target those. One of those that we are currently dealing with now is the Cambridge Court, Magistrate Court here. There's a sensitive matter that we are engaging on. So we are informed by complaints as well regarding some of these courts that we are leaving. In as far as the question around institutions of higher learning, whether we have engaged other universities, and what informed perhaps the criteria. Again, Chairperson, we have taken a deliberate approach to say all institutions of higher learning will undergo the investigative hearings of the CGE. And we've been doing that in the past financial years, and we've been reporting on the various issues to this portfolio committee, but also the portfolio committee of women and persons with disability around some of the findings that we're having. And I do welcome, and in fact, Chairperson, I was in that meeting when the DHET indicated that they don't know some of the work that we do. And we've committed that for the end of this financial year, once we are done, we will share a report with the department and have a meeting just to share some of the common issues that we found, because I do anticipate that we'll be called again to present about our findings out of that report as well. So we'll ensure that by the end of the financial year, they also receive this report accordingly. The question around the teachings on the different bills, Chairperson, we started the advocacy when this was the legislation was still bills, because we strongly felt that there are a lot of issues that are happening on the ground that they undermine the fight against gender-based violence. We just felt extremely happy as the CGE when the Parliament decided to enact all those three legislation formally into acts of law. But our programs, our advocacy programs are squarely focused on a variety of issues. And we do a situational analysis. On the basis of a situational analysis, then we determine what is it that we are going to tell this community. But gender-based violence and femicide, because it's quite common across communities, it forms an integral part of our public education information across And again, this is where then we get a lot of complaints. The question around accountability with the DNA delays, Chairperson, most appropriately, the South African Police Service, of course, is the duty bearer in terms of ensuring that the DNA is readily available. We are actually contemplating, Chairperson, a process with our legal persons to see how we can really once and for all deal with this issue of DNA backlogs within the country. Whether we should push for an order that makes it compulsory, that we can have more laboratories that really deal with DNAs. Because in one of our oversight visits by commissioners, they found that, for example, some of the rape kits have expired. Then you wonder, how are they even used for the purposes of really getting evidence, but we are contemplating something around holding the South African Police Service accountable, and we're just yet to decide the appropriate mechanism to really make sure that that is done, Chairperson. Our relationship with the media houses, Chairperson, we in as far as the program, and I'm extremely happy that at least you've seen one of our programs, because that is one of our innovative ways that our team thought we should get the message across to communities broadly. It's one of a kind that we've had, and we are really proud of that program. Unfortunately, Chairperson, because of PFMA regulations, we have to follow the bidding process, and then the lowest bid, that's when we take some of this work there. And then we're hoping that we'll have, I think one of our commissioners here have criticized it well to say we need to go and have a broader audience in terms of the channels that we choose, and we welcome that criticism. But the decision, of course, is always largely informed by the budget constraints that we have as an organization. But be that as it may, the impact that the current program that is airing on the channel is doing fairly well. The feedback that we are getting and the impact it has to communities, we hope that it will be everlasting, because that is the intention of that program, Chairperson. There's a question around the link between, whether there is a link between existing TCCs and victim-friendly rooms. One of our court monitoring, or rather our SAPS visits, we have a program where we are monitoring SAPS, and we look at the TCCs and the victim-friendly rooms. We want to understand and ascertain to what extent are these infrastructures accommodating the needs of the marginalized in society. Do they have precise standards that bring confidence that somebody who comes to report an issue would receive the necessary attention from the TCCs or the victim friendly rooms? So from that angle alone, as the CG were saying, if we want to really deal with gender-based violence, those structures needs to be strengthened and enhanced in such a way that they do not perpetuate secondary victimization when victims or survivors approach those facilities for assistance. But we have this program that our commissioners are leading, and we will, by the end of the financial year, release a report that will tell the country about the state of affairs when it comes to TCCs and victim-friendly rooms as part of mechanisms to fight gender-based violence. There's a question around the role of the SRC in addressing gender-based violence and femicide. Chairperson, our engagements, fairly so, have not been adequate with the SRCs to understand their role as a structure to really deal with gender-based violence. But what we were able to unearth from the reports coming from the universities is that, first and foremost, even in terms of their own representation, SRCs of young female leaders in their own constituencies is quite minimal. And we have said that it's not just about the SRC. The SRC, the universities, the unions, they have a role to play. They have a role to play in as far as the achievement of gender equality, equity also within the workplace. So there has to be that, again, coordinated, concerted effort from all key role players. And the SRC plays a critical role in as far as this is concerned. Perhaps, and I may take this going forward with the team in our planning sessions to say, how do we then bring the SRC forward so that we know to what extent can we hold them accountable, if even possible, around addressing gender-based violence, or partner with them in terms of our outreach programs so that we can cascade the message right from orientation level and to an exit level when somebody's done with their studies. I think that's something that we should do going forward, and I take note of that. Similarly, I take note of the role of ombudsman and as a mechanism also to really deal with gender-based violence and provide counseling around that. What I take away from this session is that there are these identified key role players that perhaps needs to be coming forward, and the CG should interrogate or engage and partner and collaborate with more so that maybe to have a greater impact around that, Chairperson. But to say we have engaged the Ombudsman thus far in terms of our own progress, no, we have not done so, Chairperson. And thank you for the wisdom from the Honorable Member. Therefore, going forward, it's something that, our planning stage we will take. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matutoka. I don't know if Memo Tupi, there's anything you'd like to say before we end the meeting?
Chair, I'd just like to thank the Portfolio Committee for having us today to share our work on oversight on the implementation of the Maputo Protocol, which is I would say work in progress, because we continue to hold institutions accountable, not only institutions of higher learning, in terms of ensuring that gender is mainstreamed into government programs and policies, and also ensuring that we hold those within the justice cluster accountable in terms of ensuring that there is access, equitable access of justice for victims and survivors of gender-based violence, and in particular in relation to the commission, to the Portfolio Committee in institutions of higher learning, ensuring that students and lecturers are safe in the space in which they are operating, in terms of ensuring that they get access to justice, in terms of ensuring that there are campaigns of ensuring that awareness is raised in terms of the protection of their rights, and in particular the protection of the rights of the LGBTQIA plus persons within institutions of higher learning, which are most of the time left out, because we believe that inclusion of one is exclusion of the other. If they are not included in terms of ensuring that they are also protected, then it means their rights are not respected. We would continuously be holding institutions accountable, and we would always be available as and when the Portfolio Committee wants to interact with us and ensure that we share with them their experiences, our experiences in the field of work that we are in as the Commission for Gender Equality as a Chapter 9 institution. And I'm happy that the Portfolio Committee Chairperson alluded to the fact that we are operating within limited resources, and I want to believe that if this is being echoed every now and then, it would reach those who are responsible, and they would lend us an ear and would respond accordingly to ensuring that we get resources that will enable us to do our work. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Memo Tupi. Thank you very much to the doctor. Thank you very much to the colleagues at the CGE and for members for their comments, questions, and recommendations. As I'm sitting here, because I'm about to hand over to DHET and see if there's anything they would like to say or reflect on. But we need to actually have or look into, and sometimes when we want the CGE to do more work, yet we are aware that they don't have sufficient funding, it becomes tricky. But the science, the National System of Innovation, the science, technology, and innovation landscape needs a lot of work. in terms of intersectionality, in terms of representation. It is not where we want it to be. And I mean, recently I was with SACNASP, and we were just looking at the amount of young people who are registering as professionals in the various science and innovation professions. And we're not where we want to be in terms of gender. And so there needs to be deliberacy in that regard. And I think it's very important that, colleagues, we don't have sectors that are not watched, you know, because there's some spaces and sectors in South Africa and society in general where they get away with a lot because we're not watching closely enough. And so I think it would be important that in the future, we also look into a few of the DSI entities and then we see how they're doing in terms of transformation. So yeah, but anyway, that's just a thought I had. And thank you so much. DDG Gasa, is there anything you'd like to share on behalf of the department or reflect on any responses to this last engagement?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, for the presentation. I would like to share about 5 points and be very brief, Chair. We take note of the report. Gender-based violence and femicide stands to disturb us in our pursuit of the national plan as tabled earlier on this morning. Chairperson, as Honorable Mananiso indicated, it is a scourge that is out of control. And as DHET and as the PSET system, we are very concerned. And as the chair recently indicated, we have launched what we call transforming mentality as a UNESCO global-wide initiative. And as the chair indicated, this scourge has preceded, it affects directly women and young children who are in our PSET system, but it also affects young boys, and it spreads across transsexuality, all of us. And our PSET system cannot proceed if we do not manage this. As the DHET and the PSET system widely, we are working with higher health and societies, and we are investing resources, equally so with the Department of Science and Innovation. Chair, we are very concerned about this, and we need to be working far harder to proceed and meet targets. This touches us, and we will not allow us to achieve the targets that we wish to achieve. Thank you very much for the inputs that have been made, and specifically, Chair, what has been recommended for us to take the reports, but the experiences that are felt throughout universities, TVET colleges, communities, and in the workplace throughout. And we'd like to assure you that we keep giving you an indication of efforts and interventions that we keep making throughout. Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DDG Gasa, and thank you very much to all colleagues. Those reflections are noted, and we hope that there will be greater synergies between the CGE and the department, and continuous, engagements amongst yourselves with all the work that is being done by both the CGE and DHET in relation to addressing gender-based violence and gender-related matters in the higher education and training sector. Colleagues, this brings us to the end of our meeting. I'd like to thank you all for your participation. Thank the members from the other committees that did come to the meeting, all the stakeholders we've had since the morning. It's been quite a marathon of a meeting. We've had many areas to engage on. But yeah, thank you so much. And this meeting has officially come to an end. Siyabonga.
Thank you. Good morning.
We
Sorry,
have adopting reports.
the minutes in the air.
Chairperson, reports and minutes. I'm calling you for that, reports and minutes. Others may leave, but we must remain.
We must remain indeed. I was
let
waiting for
us call those who left. I saw Bafuza is out. And who's left?
I was waiting for the whip to correct me. Okay, do we meet quorum, Anele?
They must come back, those ones. They must come back.
Check.
No, we don't until they come back.
They must come back. We can't afford to postpone this item.
Okay, I will just call them, Whip.